Hello. Continuing on yesterday's entry to the meta, we have the illustrious, the big sleepy guy, the Usus Arctos. Middendorfi.
Oh, we back. What's up, guys? Welcome back to the stream. Welcome back to the VOD. Hello. Hello, my friends. Good to see... Oh, my God. I'm glad that wasn't open. I almost just ruined my day. But we're good. We're good. Oh, I gotta set the Orbathon timer. Shit. Shit, we've got less than one stream left on the Orbathon. Can you believe that? Can you believe that? I certainly can. It's gone on far longer than I thought it would. Okay, let's reset the timer first. We can't start stream. We can't start projects. We can't do anything today until the timer is there and the meta has been checked. So good morning, my friends. Welcome back. Good to see you. Hope your day was good. Hope your night was amazing. Whatever you're doing. I don't know what you guys do at night. I imagine that everybody's sitting in their underwear playing World of Warcraft. I could be wrong. I don't know what I'm talking about. So, all right, open control panel. Let's go. What were we doing? We were at 4 hours, 30 minutes ish. I think it's a bit higher than it was. Whatever. I remember it was less than a stream. So there you go. There's your Orbathon timer. There it is, man. It's almost over.
Greetings, nerds, geeks.
What's up, dude? Good to see you, Cass.
Stuck with my presence for another
Excellent.
Month. Good luck.
Good. Hello. Thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. I did check yesterday, and I am halfway to the goal of meeting the Plus program sub numbers for April. So that'll mean it's just April and then May that I need to not lose every sub I have, and then Twitch will just give me more sub split forever. Can you believe that? That Twitch has been withholding my hard-earned gifted subs from Alf? Can you believe that? I can't believe that. I mean, that seems too devious, and I should really stop like shit talking Twitch. I gotta really stop doing that. You know, they're the ones that pay my bills. So actually not really. Never mind. It's you guys. Fuck Twitch. They're lucky to have me. I played Baldur's Gate 3 while falling asleep. That's fine. Yep. Is it 43 hours? Ooh, dude. Hey, just think about it. Wait, why isn't it starting? Why is it just amorphously there? At 4:30. What? What the fuck? Oh, okay. There we go. The timer's different now, so I don't know why, but that it's different. I, in fact, did some little D&Ding last night. Not playing, but a little bit of world building that we need to talk about today. We got some things to go over, some important Eldar news, but thank you again, Cass, for the sub for the 3 months, and thank you, Aduria, for the 100 bits. The meta for the day is the Ursus Actors. The fuck is this? The fuck kind of meta is this? Hold on. Oh, the brown bear. So this isn't, well, hold on. I'm assuming that this is a fish meta, because the previous answer was a salmon. So upon rating this for the fish meta, I'm going to rate this a...
You missed a word.
What, did I? We have the illustrious, the big sleepy guy, the Ursus Actors. Korgel 100, Middendorfy. Wait, what? Oh, they broke it up there. Good morning, Alf. What's up, bro? Good to see you. Oh, the Kodiak. Oh, the bigger brown bear. Okay, well, on a scale of fish, I'm gonna rate him a 3. Not very fish. So I'm sorry. You didn't really nail it, the meta this week. Your first entry was great for the fish meta. The second entry, not super good for the fish meta. Unless this is the Northern Alaskan Wild America meta. In which case, I'm going to rate him a solid... You know, honestly, if this is the Alaska meta, I'm rating him a solid 10. Yeah, solid 10. Even number. 10 out of 10. That's the correct answer. So that's a great bear, bro. Definitely don't like the taste of bear. Might have to eat some bear this weekend. I don't know what Ella's uncle's bringing, so we'll find out. But thanks to 100 bits again, man. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Levo Duria said yesterday that the meta wasn't fish. I know, but listen, what am I supposed to do? Listen intently? Alf, Miwa seemed to like the shitty art I made for her. Did you see? She even called me bestie. Yeah, it was cool, man. Finished the Miwa Bell piece yesterday, the Paladin. People liked it. I did farm hard with the TikTok, though. I farmed the memes hard with it. So, told you love it. Yeah, I got to figure out who to draw next. There's a couple people who are on the list. Who was on the list? I need to do Vixie at some point in time. Maple was high up on the list. I'm watching a lot of Maple's Pokemon streams recently. Who else? I mentioned Sean. I don't know. I'm not gonna think about it for a little while. I have to do some, you know, real work, some actual shit. So, we got a lot to do before I can spend time doing fan art for nonsense like turning VTubers and Paladins. Did you didn't go through Strange? Wait, what? I saw it. The last one? Was there another one? Oh, wait. That you didn't go through. Congratulations, chat. Evan has, for the first time in ages, guessed the meta on day 2. Welcome to the Alaska meta. What can I say, man? That's a great meta. I mean, the Kodiak is pretty specific. Sockeye Salmon and Kodiak. Yeah, that's a great meta, though. Alaska's a beautiful place if you've ever been. Scammed, right? Why isn't Stream Elements working? Quick, somebody try gifting like several hundred subs or tens of thousands of bits to see if it goes through. Yeah, just real quick. Somebody just check it real quick. I don't know if it's gonna go through or not. So if one of the mods or whatever could just test the alert via several tens of thousands of bits, that'd be cool. So what if you draw a paladin as a paladin? Who's a paladin that I could draw as a paladin, Ashy? Who's a paladin? Yeah, wait, what? Is there a paladin that I don't know about? Can I draw Endrick as a paladin? Dude, Endrick as a paladin. Could you imagine that? No longer as an Avenger, Endrick as a paladin. What if Endrick had a big change of heart and rerolled Cleric for Brother Ulnar? Could you imagine the drama in our game? Oh, I gotta make my list of... I made a whole list of things that I want to know about the town and stuff from the library. Actually, I gotta send that off, so... It worked!
Hello, do you hear me?
So apparently it just said fuck Aduria in particular. So, thanks for the bits, Aduria. I'm sorry that TTS didn't want to deal with your stupid shit. So, for whatever reason, you know, it was like, this time we're not going to handle this, man. It's not... Nope. Being said, I'm going to be working the night shift today. I'll try and keep you in my ear, but we'll see. Alf, have a wonderful, wonderful evening. You do important work, and know that I'm proud of you. And also that Minnie is terrified about our boot camp. So I got to send her a formal message about it. Either way, cheers, Alf. Appreciate you. TJS is right. My shit is quite stupid. Well, I mean, yeah, but that's no reason for it not to, you know, still read it out. I mean, think about all the stupid shit that I read out during the day. You know? Ella's messages, Garthen's messages, Aduria's messages, Sleepy's messages, Cass's messages, Thorkin's messages. I'm saying everybody besides Ashy because I don't want to get TPK'd, alright? Oh man, I had such a good workout this morning. I feel like I'm ready to go. I feel like I have a lot of energy today and yesterday. There's something about going to bed early and getting up with the workout that feels good. So I might actually get through an entire painting process today. So wish me luck. We're gonna hope that OBS doesn't completely fail at recording stuff. So because I'm smart and I just remembered this right this second, I'm gonna make sure there's space on my hard drive. That's what I'm gonna do. Yep, because I'm an expert at this. So we're gonna delete that and that and that and that. All right, goodbye, Miwa Bell. All your process videos are gone, relegated to a 2-minute speed painting. Okay, now we have room. So I'm going to very ambitiously attempt to finish a piece in the day. And also later, we are going to do our very first, what's the word? Non-useful items, because I don't want to say common items, and I don't want to say obsolete items, but not useless, but not useful items. I'm going to start my series. I'm going to do the first video this weekend of items from D&D that you would like to see art of that aren't important. So 10-foot poles, grappling hooks, things like that you want over-designed. Oh, I can make it a Twitter thing, couldn't I? Ooh, wait. You know what? We'll do the first one in just... I'm sure we'll have enough ideas in chat today, so I'm not worried about it. But yeah, boring items, right? I saw I was doing Silicon through, though I couldn't respond. Wait, what? Oh, yeah, yesterday. Okay, I'm caught up. Thank you, Gatson. I appreciate that. Time to actually lurkies. Before I do, one last thing. Evan, check DMs when available. Well, I haven't started shit, so, haven't started fucking nothing, so, yeah, I got you. Pog. What a legend. What a legend. All right. Hadn't started nothing, so he's doing something. Okay, listen. Listen. Let's not get clever today, all right? If you start using too big words or too clever phrases, my brain's gonna fall out because we are in art mode today. I've realized that I have to like completely let my brain just go fluid and seep out the side of my head when I'm in art mode because I've been trying to get into the flow state. That's right, the flow state more so recently. So I don't know how you guys have been doing with your flow state, but I have been trying greatly to arrive at mine as often as I can because I was thinking the other day, what is it that sets, you know, good artists apart from, I don't know, I don't want to say mediocre artists or bad artists, but let's just say good artists from artists that have a hard time focusing. And one of the things that I've noticed, one of the things that I've come across in my era, my epoch of EBA, is the ability to focus up and enter into long periods of work. That's right, long periods of work with little to no distractions. So I've been intensely and intentionally practicing various techniques to allow my brain to get so engrossed in whatever I'm doing that I'm completely distracted by my art, that I don't even remember to eat. All right, come on, that's a lot too, right? So I've been thinking about that. I've been thinking about how to keep my brain empty whilst working. So no, no big words today. All right, you guys got to protect me. If somebody uses a word greater than 3 syllables in chat, I need you to like explain to me like I'm 5. All right. The colors looks nice. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, we did some blocking yesterday. And I'm actually... The thing is about paintings like this is at this stage in the painting, it's deceptively close to being done. Deceptively. So I think that there's a good chance that I have a couple of hours of painting left, and then we're going to basically be done this character. So on to the next, right? I got another Warlock to do for little commissions and some Eldara stuff. And oh man, I'm thinking... Also, if I can finish some of this stuff this week, that there's a chance that we might be able to do some evening battle map streams. Because I know that that's something that people have been wanting to see that I don't really do on stream because it's very niche. You know, it's very niche into the D&D side of things and less in the art. So I wanna like really do some deep, I guess, considerations of some of the things that I have to do for Horizon this week. Not just, you know, talking about it on stream and then maybe getting to it later, as it is. So sounds like you ignore fucking chat. Listen, if I could get chat to TTS, I was in a stream this morning with a friend, and she had TTS on her chat, so every time anyone said anything, it just TTS'd it. Now, this would get unruly immediately. We all know this, but I kind of long for that, where I wish that I could have chat up on my tablet over here so I didn't have to, like, look up into another monitor. I know that sounds ridiculous and stupid, but it's enough, all right? Listen. Remember, whatever, like, depth you think the bar should be at for me while I'm painting, just lower that a couple inches. K Martinez, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Welcome in. Honored to have you, my friend. Thank you very much. Not getting distracted from arting by getting distracted by your art is genius. It kind of is, right? I mean, we talked about this a little bit yesterday, but I think I got distracted by either a raid or a monologue or a meme or some shit. But we were talking about getting into and finding flow state and novelty in your work and in your working environment and how important it is. And I think it's very key. It's very crucial to try and invite some sense of novelty into your workflow every once in a while. Obviously, it's nothing, it's nothing that you want to spend all your life searching for the novelty of a coffee shop or whatever. But once in a while, I find, and I don't have any sort of like psychological proof to back this up, but I have this hypothesis. What's an idea before it's even a hypothesis? A supposition, maybe. I have this idea that if you can enter the flow state once in a while and get really focused on your work, then I think that improves your overall focus. Like it's got like a buff. It puts a buff on you. You get like a focus buff for like a week or whatever, a couple days or something like that. It compounds, you know what I mean? So even if it's like once in a while, once a week or something, going somewhere, I think I might try and do that. I think I might try and like go and work after stream, maybe tomorrow, somewhere different. It's getting nicer out, so I might bring the old iPad out there and be one of those artists that uses an iPad in public. Could you imagine? Now you've started. I message you once again. We'll talk more about it when you're free. Absolutely, Alf. Have a wonderful shift, dude. Appreciate you.
Alfix gifted a tier 1 sub to EthmelH.
Appreciate that, Alf. Thanks, dude. Thanks for gifted sub, man. Appreciate you, bro. That's very specific and random, so thanks, man. I'm happy either way, so thanks, bro. Love to see some battle maps. Whenever I try my hand, it's absolute mess. Seeing the progress would be inspiring. Well, I'm gonna do probably a full recorded video about it. So not in the form of a short, but I'll probably do a full video about it, talking about how I build encounters or something like that, and doing the battle map process, at the very least. So even if you don't catch the streams, I'm going to try and record the process best I can. So we'll see how that works. I don't know. It'll either be really good or incredibly scuffed. One of the two. And nothing in between. It's going to be polarizing as far as I'm concerned. We're either going to get it or completely get got. And I'm okay with that. I'm okay with like living on the edge for this one, so. All right, so I'm gonna do the same thing I did with Azalea's piece. Start with a lot of texture and then pull the texture back as we get further on into the piece. But starting with the texture is nice because the texture does allow you, I think personally, to push a piece quite further and not risk it being too smooth, too bland, anything like that. Also, painting today is going to be good because it's going to be a nice break for my hand. Because painting requires a very light touch. And my arm has been a death grip problem, issue, whatever, for a little while. So hopefully this kind of fixes some of those problems. Out as an iPad kid confirmed? Bro, I got an iPad. My dad actually bought me an iPad when I was like, I was in my mid-20s, I think, and I was going to a BlizzCon, and there was this like artist meeting thingy where a bunch of artists were going to get together from Blizzard and other kind of like industry. Like BlizzCon is a big industry event. A lot of artists from like League of Legends teams and various Los Angeles kind of SoCal teams would get together and meet during BlizzCons, and I was invited to a little sketching day type thing before BlizzCon, and I'm like, oh shit, what do I need? They're like, well, everybody brings their iPads, and so we all do it digitally, and sometimes we'll like exchange sketches and stuff and whatever. And I was like, oh, I don't have an iPad, I have a sketchbook. And the dude was like, oh, I mean, like, I guess you could bring a sketchbook, that's fine, but like then you can't like exchange any drawings with anybody. So yeah, try and get an iPad if you can. I was like, fuck. I was ultra turbo, unbelievably broke. And I told my dad about it, and he's like, oh, I'll get you one. And like, this wasn't a casual thing. Like, it's not like my parents were loaded or whatever. But my dad was like, yeah, this is an important opportunity for you. Yeah, what do you mean? Of course you need one. Yeah, you gotta get it. So he just got it for me, man. And that goddamn, right? You know? So I still have it. I don't use it as much for like finished work, not Evis Cintiq, but I use it for mobile stuff. So whenever I travel. Defcon 1, the newest patch for Baldur's Gate the Third has dropped. Ooh. What's the new class or subclass breakdown here, Garth? And are we excited about these new classes or, sorry, subclasses for Baldur's Gate? Are we feeling it? That's what we did. Right, it was, yeah. My dad, you know, my dad has supported me a lot in my art career, you know? He has always said whatever materials I need or whatever that he would try and help me out with. School, anything like that. He's always just like tried to prioritize my and my brother's education, and I still haven't been able to buy him a golf course yet, so I gotta get on it, man. Kind of a piece of shit. Yeah, that's great. He's always been very supportive. Both my parents have always been very supportive of me being an artist, I guess. They don't always understand what the fuck it is I'm doing. Like, hearing them trying to explain my career to people is like always kind of funny, because they don't fucking understand it. Concept art, streaming, whatever, it's like so difficult. It's not that they don't understand it, it's that people that they would be explaining it to don't understand it, so they don't necessarily know how to explain it to people that don't understand it. The problem is, neither do I. So, you know. What do you post full videos? Oh, I haven't posted a full video yet. I've never posted one. No, I'm still trying to figure out how to get my editing and stuff on point for it. So I just post my time-lapse videos as shorts, but I've never posted like a full proper art talk video or lore or anything like that, because I'm still kind of trying to get used to the editing software and getting into the groove of that. I would very much like to start making like full and like high-end YouTube videos if I could, but right now I'm kind of pacing myself. Just staying in the daily grind of posting videos every single day is really difficult for me. So that's kind of my main, like, if I can do that, I'm doing good. You know, that anything else that I'd like to do or whatever, that's like something down the road once I finish the first adventure in a couple of weeks or months or whatever, and it's fully out and printed and whatnot and good, then I'll start thinking about probably the full end videos. Thank you, Gigasaurus, for the follow. I appreciate that. Welcome in, my friend. Welcome in. Hope you're having a great day. We got some of these new subclasses I'm pretty interested in. Are there, like, is anything, like, really game-changing, you think? Or is it just kind of like a little neat, you know, addition or whatever? Anything that affects the main, like, sort of cast or whatever? Or are these subclasses just for the people that want to be super different? Because that's cool. It's just, you know, I'm trying to figure out if this is going to be worth doing another playthrough. Like, does it change? Do any of them change the gameplay enough in a way that I'd be like, man, I can't believe I haven't played Baldur's Gate 3 in 25 minutes. I'm so excited to play the game. Because I would love that, by the way. I would really love for a reason to be obsessive over Baldur's Gate 3 again. For any period of time. I would, I'd be very appreciative of that. I've been missing very much my Baldur's Gate gameplay, so. I love telling people how my parents pushed me towards art over science because it bamboozles everyone. That's kind of funny, actually. I don't think my parents had any faith that I'd ever actually do anything academics. They're like, well, let's give them all the help we can for the art thing because this kid is not smart enough to do anything in the sciences. Or academic, even the least. I was such a terrible student, bro. I was a terrible student. I tried my best. I tried to be a good boy, but I just didn't get it, man. I just didn't get shit. I didn't know how the thing worked. What's the thing, Evan? Everything. Anything that was taught academically, I didn't understand how any of it worked. Couldn't take a test to save my life. Didn't ever get great grades. For me, a 70 was like a decent grade, you know? I operated a lot in the 70s and 60s. Occasionally peaked up into the 80s. Never really saw a 90 all the way through high school. I don't know what these are in letter grades because I didn't go to some silly school with letter grades or weird GPAs or something like that. I went to a school of very easy and obvious to understand percentages. So I don't know what that is in letter grades. At least they brought you non-toxic crayons. That's right, they did buy me non-toxic crayons, but they didn't buy me non-toxic smelly markers. So yeah, can you believe that? Think of all the smelly markers I ate in my time, Atari. Really. I do. It's weird because I actually remember eating crayons. I remember specifically one instance in grade 1. Grade 1 or 2, I forget. But I was at the fancy charter school that I went to. And I was in the classroom and I was eating crayons. I don't remember why, but I was like, I couldn't help myself, dude. I was just sitting there like shoveling this crayon in my mouth. And I was like really like nervous because I was like, oh my God, people are gonna know I ate a crayon. And I went over to the sink because we had a sink in the classroom and I was trying to wash my mouth out. And I was sitting there like upset about it, like self-aware, you know? And I was like, oh God, I don't want to see but me. And I got really upset. I started crying, right? And the teacher comes over and she's like, Miss Foster, what a sweetheart. She comes and she's like, what's wrong, honey? Are you okay? I'm like, I can't stop eating my crayon. She's like, oh, it's okay. Give me the crayon. And she helped clean me up. So my parents didn't know. She's like, I remember her saying something along the lines of like, I don't remember exactly what she said, but she basically said we need to get you cleaned up so your mom doesn't know that you're eating crayons when she picks you up. I don't know why that was important. It was important to me that mom didn't know I was eating crayons. Maybe it was important to her and her job as well. I don't know. But I don't know why that memory is so solid in my brain. I don't know why, man, but that's the ingrained one right there. Cause I remember I didn't want to. I don't know why I was eating crayons, bro. Listen, what was I? 5 years old, 6 years old? They weren't meant to be sucked on. Smelling markers wouldn't smell like fruit. I mean, I think so. So, my dad puts me into architecture because he wanted a free helper. Never finished. Wonder why. Oof. Path the Barbarian for Best Girl Karlach, but nothing that's game changing. What's the new cleric subclass for Baldur's Gate 3? What can I make Shadow Honey in the next playthrough if I don't want to make her a healer? But they used to take bites out of bars of soaps. Not the weirdest thing I've heard someone eat. I mean, I remember my mom and my grandmother would wash my mouth out with soap whenever I swore or like said anything that I shouldn't or whatever, or was like mouthy, as they like to say. Basically being a little shitty kid. They'd sit there and just like shove my head in the sink while I'm sitting there crying and apologizing and just force me to eat soap. And I told my mom that she used to do this and she didn't believe me. She didn't believe me. She's like, no. But that seems to be a thing with like parents. Is like everyone I know has like had an instance where they talk to their parents. They're like, remember that time you used to do this shit? And the parents like, what? I never used to do that. And you're like, I definitely remember that. You know? So I don't know. I don't know about soap, man. I don't know if I could do the soap thing, but I sure ate my fair share of crayons, bro. Parents invented gaslighting, yeah. Sounds like a dream, except you're in an adult in those dreams, right? I know. It's like I was perfectly aware. It's weird. It's weird. Formative memory in that child, another Tuesday for the parent. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, that's probably what it is. Yes, I don't really want the soap thing. Actually, now I think about it, isn't soap toxic to eat? Isn't it, like, bad for you? Shouldn't you, like, not eat soap as well? Look, man. I grew up in the Fruit Loop generation, so maybe the toxicity of the things that were put into our mouths was just not even on our parents' radar. So how the fuck did they know? Right? Right? Alright, this is what I want. This is what I want. Look at this shit. Look at how nice that is. how nice and rendered and dark and spooky and mysterious we got going on here. I'm also gonna have to do all the blue glowing, so it's gonna have a little bit of an aura, which is why I'm willing to err on the side of it being darker than maybe normal. But I'm gonna also throw some other colors in here.
Visitors,
just a few here and there.
How exciting.
Say, what's up, dude? Good to see ya. How's it going? How'd you know? How'd you know I was chilling with you this morning while I was doing my warm-up? I was lurking, bro. I was lurking. Leave me alone. Thanks for the raid. I appreciate that. What's up, Dark? Good to see you guys. Yo, if you aren't following Say, and you don't have anything better to do with your mornings, you come chill with me in Say's chat, all right? And that's an accusation. I know you don't have anything better to do with your mornings because you're here. So, go give Say a follow. It's a good time over there, all right? I find myself happily enchanted with the process once in a while over in Say's stream. So, go give her a follow. Say what's up. On the note to talking about early memories, mine is supposedly impossible. Really? Impossible memory. Monka. Yeah, Marinate, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Cheers, dude. Secret Lurker. Yeah, I mean, I was getting my warm up done. I was just very focused on it because I kind of like stumbled into everything today a little bit late. Even though I went live a little bit early, I didn't see the time. I thought it was later than it was. I was like, oh god, I got to get things done. So I had a morning, man. I had to get stuff ready and good. So I was just lurking. I hope I hit my mute button early enough for that. Bless you. Thanks, Poet. Thank you. I think I have my allergies starting, bro. The snow melting. I got them spring allergies, bro. I don't know what to do about it. I just took my antihistamine, so it should kick in sooner or later. We'll see. I usually try and take that before stream, so I was a little late to it today. So it might be a bit sneezy for during the first warm-up intro part of the stream. So excuse me if I forget my mute button, or if I'm too late for it. I'll try my best, alright? Normally raid Marco on Tuesday, but they're not on today, so I was glad you were on early. Ooh. Skipping streams. Damn. Marco who? Marco Bucci? Wait, what? Which Marco's live on Tuesdays? Mira is an old friend of mine. She's also a great artist. Oh man, do I have been meeting some artists recently? You have to give me the Insta then, Say. I need to increase my artist circle. Make friends with more artists. Except for all the weird artists that want me to do an art trade of them with me drawing their OC, doing weird, questionable things. That's not been appreciated. I've had to have some awkward conversations in the last week or two, so I won't get into it. You know what? Never mind. I don't want to start shit. I'm just gonna complain about it a little bit and then move on. I'm good. I mean, the ear-splitting loud sneeze you blew straight into our head holes? Yes, that one. Yep, that is that one, Dark. Marco May. Oh, okay. Not familiar. There's so many artists on this platform that I'm just not aware of, you know? I've had a problem though going into chats like and talking to artists about their process and stuff because I got called out the other day. I got called out by an artist, all right? Went to her stream, and I might actually be banned, I'm not sure, but I went to her stream and she was working on something like a character or whatever, and I was like, oh hey, this looks really cool, like, you know, I asked her some question, I don't remember what it was, you know, just like saying hi. And this is the second time I've ever been accused of self-promo without saying shit. One of her mods added me and said there's no self-promo rule in chat. And I was like, oh yeah, okay, absolutely. And I didn't realize that meant that if you have art in your name or something that indicates that you might do art, that's considered self-promo. So, yeah. I gotta find a different Twitch account then. I don't want to make the artist mad, alright? Like, I'm not here to make enemies. Fucking weird, man. I'm sorry, bro. I didn't mean it. I didn't mean to be on my main Twitch account today and say hi to you. I'm so sorry. They're upset, though. It's really not, though. Yeah, I don't know. I guess their metric of it was just... Their bar was maybe on the floor as far as what is considered to be self-promo. Like, when it does... you know, if somebody comes in and they're like, oh, man, I just finished my stream. I had my commissions that are open, by the way. Like, I get it. But, no, that was a bit, sort of a learning experience for me. Nordic Blade, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Welcome in. Yeah, so... It was an upsetting instance for all of us.
Gifted a tier 1 sub to
Dark,
Meta Knight.
thank you for the sub,
They
bro.
have given 42 gift
Appreciate
subs
it.
in the
Hi, Ella.
channel.
Ooh, breakfast. Second breakfast. Thank you, Ella. Appreciate it. No, I'm good. Thank you. I got home from the gym today and I told Elle that I was just unreasonably hungry. And my normal breakfast of like 250 calories didn't fucking cut it. So she made me a toast with the peanut butter. What a champion, right? Ella Blackwood. Shit, I should have eaten that during my intro. Thank you again, Dark, for the follow or the sub. I appreciate that. Just finished my breakfast and I'm making pizza, by the way. Ashy, what the heck? It's not even D&D day. You're not allowed to have pizza on a non-D&D day. What are you doing? What do you... What? How can you rationalize this, Ashy? Because I am upset, really, at the thought of that. I'm upset and bothered all at the same time. I'm supposed to be the one that thrones you pizza. How's a goat? Absolutely, right? Pizza for breakfast too? What the... Is there some, like, degenerate policy that I missed the meeting for? We're all just gonna have pizza for breakfast? Look, I missed out on this shit? God damn it. Alright, well. Let me know the next time we all decide to have pizza for breakfast. I'll meet you guys outside the lot. Maybe it's an artist thing. I don't know. What do you put in your pizza? I haven't personally like unironically I haven't personally had pizza in probably 4 years. I can't really have pizza anymore. My stomach's been kind of messed up for the last couple of years. But I'm normally just like I didn't realize this was a thing. But do you guys know of Canadian pizzas? It's what we call a pizza up here in Canada, at the very least, with pepperoni, bacon, and mushrooms. That's my jam. I'm not all about that weird shit, man. I'm a pretty standard pizza goer. Costco food court pizza, good enough for me. You know, you ain't gonna find me snobbing out over it. Cheese only person. My favorite game, see how long it takes Evan to stream or into stream to remember YouTube chat exists. Shut up, Cass. Shut the fuck up. Just because you're right doesn't mean you have to say it out loud. Come on, bro. Have a good day. Yo, you too, Mary. Thanks for chilling. Thanks for the follow. I appreciate that. Costco nugs? Yeah, do you guys not have chicken nuggets down in the US? You guys have the chicken bake, right? Y'all don't have, like, chicken nuggets down there, right? Hold on a second, right? How do you live? How do you survive? Alright. It is a little expensive compared to the fries, though. Maybe that's what I'll do on my birthday. I'll go to Costco for chicken nuggies. Is that a terribly sad birthday meal? Because I don't give a shit. I really don't. I'll take the heat for it. I will. You can't stop me. Mushrooms, pineapple, and bacon. How to find a place that does bacon strips as opposed to the bacon nodules. Yeah, that seems specific, I guess. Prosciutto salami bacon lover. They call it the type of favorite pizza, which is very funny. That is funny. I kind of like that. Yeah, that's decent. And Caxmook, thank you for the follow as well. Appreciate it. Welcome in. Come in, guys. Good morning, Avail. Good to see you. Master artist. 3D guru. Elite level paintress. Morning, Vale. Alright. No more tummy rendering for me. So I'm going to try and just like follow the flow of things on this piece and just do a little bit at a time everywhere so that the recording process hopefully looks pretty satisfying. And I'm not going to overthink anything and try and like render top down or whatever. Paint the character out in one direction or another. Nope. Going with the flow today, alright? Completely just chilling. And hopefully we get something good out of the process. Before the timer is up and I have to draw silly D&D items that are mundane. Like the 10-foot, the official Eldara 10-foot pole artwork, which is going to be sick. So. I don't know if I can paint. What are you talking about, Avail? I see you painting all the time. Just not in color or with brushes. I see you painting lines all the time. Yeah, wait, what? Yeah, hold up. I want to see your painting, dude. I think you'd be great at it. I think you'd be phenomenal as a painter. Be all dramatic, start talking about your process and shit. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, dude. That looks amazing, by the way. Thank you, Nordic. I appreciate that. Thanks, dude. It's just finishing up a little commission for a very important client. Guys, I have a very important client meeting tomorrow morning. Do you know the last time I had a client meeting scheduled? It's been like months. I had to remember how to like mark down a date and a time into my notebook. For the love of God, I mean, the last time I had to deal with meetings often, it was when I was with the graphic designer, and I kind of miss it, you know? I miss having like a set time where you're going to talk to somebody about a project. It's kind of nice. Sometimes the commissioning process is a little abstract. Not that I'm complaining about being abstract, it's just different, alright? Don't repeat of yesterday's save debacle. That's a good point. Yeah, I should be saving aggressively right now. I still don't know what that issue really was caused by. I know it in theory, but in practice, I'm still a little confused as to why I couldn't properly save anything. So, we'll see. I'm sure it'll resolve itself if I just don't do anything. That's the way Photoshop works, right? You just update it and then all your problems go away. Oh, it isn't? Oh, well, this is awkward. See, here I had my full faith placed in Photoshop and Adobe as a company to properly execute a solution to solve my problems. Should I not have had the kind of faith in Adobe that would merit me spending like $50 a month on it or whatever? Is that what you guys are saying? Make sure you wipe your face off all crayon shavings. Yes. Yep. That's right. I gotta be a real person. Got a couple of cool projects and a couple of cool clients coming up here. I'm very excited about it, man. Gonna do some actual big boy work this year. Okay, she's starting to come together. One thing leads into another. Next. I always find that there's certain things you can do for a character that make the process look really like far along, and rendering some of the basic lighting into clothing and some facial features as well is like, dude, people are like, oh my god, it looks so good, it's done. I'm like, not quite, but glad you like the process. We're at the process, I guess. Just a little bit of rendering and some folds and things like that goes a massive long way for the completion of a piece, I find. It was going to be productive and fun as meetings can be. Yeah, I'm very much looking forward to this one. Very, very much looking forward to it. I had also, I think I had sort of a casual, not really a setup meeting, but a casual meeting chat thingy with a client about 2 weeks ago that looks like it's going to be another big project later in the year. For Kickstarter. I can say that much. I can say it's for a Kickstarter. Which, by the way, update on that Kickstarter that I did last year that I can't talk about until it's out. Still haven't heard back from the guy. Yep. Big tens of thousands of dollars of upfront budget Kickstarter. Just haven't heard back. Never launched. Don't know what the update is on it. No idea what they're doing. Wish I had anything to talk about, because I was, look, I did some pretty cool work for this thing. I did some really cool design work and some portraiture and stuff like that and other things. A couple of projects, not even just one thing, but I did a couple of projects for this, and just was supposed to launch late last year, never did. Supposedly was delayed until early this year, and it's April, so I'm starting to wonder. I mean, they already paid for the work and stuff, so, like, I'm not upset about, I mean, I'm not happy, but I'm like, I'm concerned, I guess. But I'm not, like, mad because, like, it hasn't been paid yet or whatever. No, it's a little bizarre, isn't it? Yeah, see, a little bit of rendering, man. A little bit of rendering in the clothing really makes a big difference for starting to describe form and shape. Not even in the highlights, just some of the midtones and some basic sort of hardline shadows. And it feels like it's already kind of getting there. Even though it has like a little bit of hatching on top of it, obviously describing some of the light and form. There is that too. So a little bit of color, just like reinforcing those lines, is like really, really big for the process, I think. You update it and get new exciting problems, right? Every time with Photoshop. Actual big boy work, time to commission him to canonize another race. SMH? Yeah, right? Yeah, what would you canonize next, Aduri, if you could? If you could just point your wand at something and canonize it, what would you canonize? Because I think about that as the artist. Even though I should be able to just put my wand in anything and canonize it, because I'm literally the one making it, you know? It's not that easy. Even though you think that's like completely in my power. The Lalafels of Eldara. So you want to canonize the Awar. I might start adding that to a poll for Patreon every month. Is basically just saying to people, hey, you can vote on whatever you want me to like work on or focus on or whatever. You guys get to like pick one thing every month that I will just put my attention towards and just canonize or build the rules, the stats, the art for. Kind of like the Geminos. Except the stats for the Geminos haven't come out yet because I'm still unclear on what to do for 2024 versus 2014 D&D. But I think I made up my mind actually on the weekend. I think that I'm just going to do 2024 rules, and that's going to be the best and most useful thing for the most amount of people. even though I understand there's a large contingency of D&D players that have no desire to move to 2024 rules. I think it's easier for them to generally brew backwards to 2014 for 2024 rule set than it is for other players to try and go forward. Mostly because the like people who are playing 2024 are not your hardcores. People who are playing 2014 are typically your hardcore players, so they're gonna have an easier time doing it, I guess, is my assertion. And they don't seem to mind as much as people who don't have the 2024 rules will just refuse to engage with it whatsoever. They'll just refuse to engage. They'll just not, even if they think it's a cool idea, they won't want to brew it, they won't want to deal with it whatsoever. So they'll say neat stats, Evan, not using them. So they've won this war. The Bionicle species, yeah. Had to realize the app, my keyboard froze. I'd really like to see proper canonical culture of the Rokari group. Oh, interesting. The Rokari. That's funny because I actually have been working on a little bit of stuff for the Rokari, because I was actually going to release rules and another article and stuff for them without like for the release of Horizon. So they were on like the initial sort of list of Eldara to do stuff for. It's kind of funny you say that, because you might just get your way anyway. What's up, Blink? Went to Physio Tuesday, 6 inches of snow and water jacket. Went yesterday in shorts and a t-shirt. Yup. I feel that, Blink. That's some Canada shit right there. Good to see you, bud. Honored to have you in. What's up, Rose? Made you redo a bit of the Astral Knight and Sage if you're doing 2024 Eldara. Which is gonna suck, and I'm not looking forward to that. I don't know what I really need to change for it though, because like what changes in 2024 have really impacted class design that you can see? Because it seems like specific classes, but since I'm like brewing a completely original class, I don't see many changes that I need to make for the Knight, at the very least. There's some spellcasting changes I might need to make for the Sage, I'm not sure. But I'm trying to figure out what my blind spot is here, what I'm missing. What I'm going to need to change and completely reinvent and redo. Because some absurd individual at WotC decided to be silly and, I don't know, update the rules. You know. What a shame, send me an invoice? Yeah. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. Who are the Rokari? They're the Fox folk. There's no more magical damage in 2024. What do you mean by there's no more magical damage in 2024? It's all... There's no elemental? Or how does that work? What damage does Firebolt do now? Slashing? On Saturday, the Game Store group went to the Azure Burrows to have a drink, and after the adventure was over, didn't get to roleplay anything because I was already over time, but I had to get a quick mention of the Rokari. Damn, the Rokari are actually doing it. That's good to hear, Atari. Glad you got to the Burrows. Yeah, I actually started doing some cutaway. I've been learning interior cutaway art. It's like a concept thing that I never really got all that well practiced in, but I've been trying very hard to up my skill set with it, I guess. Elemental exists, but magic, slashing, bludgeoning, piercing is gone. What did those get replaced with? Because thankfully the sages operate with a obscure abstract astral damage for a lot of it. Or some sort of like force damage, you know, weirdness. So that could help simplify things. What's the point of reducing and simplifying the physical damage types? Were people just not using them? I guess people don't like to go up against skeletons that are like resistant to piercing, or zombies that are resistant to bludgeoning or whatever. Nothing, so it's just damage. Okay. Okay, cool. Sure. Whatever, Watsy. You may change a bunch of my damage types, I'll change my damage types. I don't care. See if I care, Watsy of the Coast. I mean, I care deeply, so. I care deeply, we all know that. I'm trying to integrate a little bit of this color vibration to some of the plates and metals and things like that. Little bits of purple and hues of teal and maybe some green. Almost like opal-like quality. Relatively new to D&D, but recently had a session. I wish to share what happened. Sure. Let's hear it. Tell me a story. Tell me in a paragraph the coolest shit that happened in your D&D game last week. You get one paragraph. Oh, they dumbed it down not to confuse people. Okay. Yeah. Simplifying themselves into oblivion. Yeah, they're really doubling down on this whole like making D&D approachable for the brand new players of the world. What do you guys think? Is that a good approach? Is that a good idea? Because like I think the balance always is, and I'm not saying Watsy's wrong for doing this, but the balance always is. You want to make your game simple and approachable to the point where new players aren't intimidated, but you want to make it have enough depth so that like hardcore and enthusiast players are able to find some level of intrigue in the game's adventure, right? This happened with like Path of Exile 2. They decided that it was too arcane and too complicated, so they simplified it a bit for new players. And they're trying to hit that sweet spot, that balance. You never want to make the game for the top 3% of players, but you never want to make the game for the bottom 50% only, you know? And it's a very difficult challenge. I don't envy them and their, you know, struggles with it. But I do worry sometimes that the simplifications they've made are going to lose players to games that have more depth and more intrigue in them. One player's getting a child. The player's character is a slime blob creature, another party member who died because they were immune to healing, had a slime sidekick. The slime player pet slime sidekick. Wait, what? That sounds like some D&D shit. Alright, fair enough. Simplicity is good if they still give it to the older players an advanced edition to have as well. Yeah. Do you think that would create like a class system though? Of players that like, oh wow, we don't play simplified D&D at our table. And then people feel like they have to play the complex version, that then they don't want to play it in the end. You know? That's the balance, right? Yeah, I agree, Poet. D&D players, one thing I tell new players is that you'll find D&D players always have like a very enthusiastic reaction to the idea of teaching new players how to play. It's like in the tradition of the game, right? Because the game is so difficult to understand and so arcane, people have always felt a compulsion to teach. So, I've never thought that it was a problem, but obviously Wizards might think that it would increase their sales, you know? Like, you have all, like, I wonder, let's think about the use case here. Did you have people deciding that they wanted to try D&D because they saw Critical Role, let's say? And then they go to try D&D and they're like, oh my god, all these rules, this is so overwhelming, I don't want to play anymore, I'm going home and writing my OC fanfic on, what's the fanfic site called? Era something? Some shit. Anyway, is that like the issue? People are just saying, I'm out? I don't want to deal with this nonsense. I don't want to play your silly Imagination Dragon game. I just want to go home and write fanfic of my character. I think that's a problem for Wizards. AO3, thank you. The best new player balance was 5th edition. It already it was already too simple for most of the older players that I've spoken to, but it's easy enough to pick up new players. This current version is like Skyrim versus Morrowind simplicity, in my opinion. So I only watched someone play Morrowind, and I never really played Skyrim. So that reference, I'm unfortunately too dumb to get. But I'm guessing they simplified Morrowind down through Oblivion, and by the time I hit Skyrim, it was like baby's first RPG. Is that what happened? Was good. Thank you, Paintwave. I appreciate that. Thank you. Now, back thoughts. I think there's a lot of drama in that, Rose. Sounds like you guys have an interesting next episode of your campaign. I guess we'll see if your party can continue on their adventure, you know? We shall see, but sounds like some good old dramatic D&D shit right there. Fanfic.net, yes, that's what I'm talking about. Love teaching new players and seeing their thoughts and perspective on things I wouldn't even think about. You know, I would have liked best a system that is somewhere between 3.5 and 5th edition. I think 5th edition gives a lot of powers to DMs for really cool like things to do and simplifications of the game. But man, I just think that 3.5 was like super nice for players. I never thought that 3.5 was too complicated. And like I was pretty dumb, you know. So if I could figure out 3.5 as like a little, I don't know, 13-year-old or whatever when I first started playing, like I was stupid, dude. And I never had trouble with that shit. So I don't know. I don't know anybody that ever had trouble with learning D&D. That's the thing, like all of the sort of the theoretical reasons why WotC does this or that, I never really understand because I don't personally know people that have like similar gripes. So it's why I think there's this entire contingency of like normie D&D players that we don't even like know exist. People that go to the game store, buy a book 4 years ago, and they play D&D casually. They don't talk about it. They don't post about it. They don't have any sort of online interaction. They're not talking about it on Reddit or Discord or whatever. They're not making TikToks about it. They're not consuming content. They don't even know that there's a new edition of D&D. Like, I wonder if that contingency of D&D players is just way bigger than we all thought. And that they are the ones that are like, you know, I can get my friend Sally and my other friend Damien into D&D because they didn't want to know, like, learn the whole character sheet stuff. Like, I don't know, there's just all these, like, theoretical sort of, like, instances of people having issues with the game that I'm never really, like, fully sure, like, I've never met any of these people. Do they exist? Surely Wizards think so, and if they're willing to risk pissing off their core audience by simplifications, then, like, so be it. That's fine, but, like, they must then know this like, subset exists or whatever, right? Right? Morrowind had equipment durability, loads more magic options in actual fantasy world, proper fiction, race dynamics. Skyrim has fantastical Europe with yelling and very dumbed down magic. Oh, okay. Well, fair enough. Love tried older edition. Sometimes only played 5th edition. Yeah, I think so. 4th edition is very fun. It's different. It's very different from regular D&D that you'd be used to. It has a bit more dynamic and complex like combat, I think. More interesting actions you can take, more interesting action economy. 4th edition is very complicated for new players, so I will admit the 4th edition might be a stretch too far. I'm sure Ashley would disagree with me, but maybe she could appreciate my argument. But I think 3.5, the complexity was in a lot of the planning and class building, and it wasn't in the mechanics of the game. You know, honestly, like, Poet, if you ever have a chance to play a Pathfinder game, I would try and take that opportunity. Like, I know Odd Entities is running some Pathfinder games in Discord for people. I think he's got 2 parties going. If it's something you're desperate to, like, see, there is like it is a very timely interest right now. I don't exactly know where he's running the games, but regardless, if you ever get a chance to in the time, I'd check out Pathfinder because I think Pathfinder is the more elegant 3.5. I mean, it kind of literally is by definition as well, the more elegant 3.5. So it'd be a worthwhile delve maybe to see what the old editions were like. You know, there was a lot of cool class planning and things that you could do to kind of like make your game more interesting. And I don't know, the actual like playing of the game is like pretty similar. Combat's pretty similar, has a little bit of complexities, you know, like for instance, one of the cool additional things, Poet, is if somebody was wearing their armor or not wearing their armor, or if they didn't know you were coming or whatever, depending on the sort of the conditions of combat, there was like flat-footed and touch ACs as well, things like that, where like if you needed to simply touch a creature to like do an effect, their AC, they wouldn't get their armor bonus, right? Because they might have big hulking plate and they're also like, you know, dexterous or whatever. Let's say there's someone in between that they're wearing like heavier armor, but they still have a dexterity bonus with it. They'd be denied their armor bonus because all you have to do is place your hand on it, so they only get their little dodgy ability, right? Versus if somebody is, you know, not moving, and you know, you attack them or whatever, they're not gonna have their dex bonus because they're not gonna be moving around, and it's just gonna be going through their actual like physical armor. So little things like that you could play with as a class that you could imagine how you'd make combat more interesting. Like if you wanted to have a character that, I don't know, put a brand on a guy and, you know, the guy exploded or whatever after, and you had your cleric jump up and slap those brands onto two big hulking guards, that it like almost assuredly hit because, you know, those guys aren't going to be dodging, versus AC is just kind of all wrapped and bundled up into one score in 5th edition. Things like that, little complex, you know, nuances for combat that people either like or don't like or whatever, but I think they're almost always more interesting. So I miss a lot of, and I include a lot of that kind of ruling in my own D&D game. I'll like homebrew it ish into things. I'll like change manually change or I'll announce the change. Like, okay, well, your attack was only a 13, this guy's AC is 17, but he's also not moving, and you just had to touch his armor to get this effect off, so sure, yeah, it goes through. You know, take a plus whatever to it. And a lot of players kind of like that, and they feel like accomplished when they do something that kind of maneuvers the gameplay in that way. So, what's up, Cyrene? Normally D&D is impossible to play D&D that's impossible. Yeah, I guess. 340 is the downside of needing a map with how its effects like blast work. Yes. Yeah. 4E requires more in-depth combat, I think. But to me, it's one of those things that if you have all the resources for it, it's pretty fun. So you can't really play Theater of the Mind as well with 4E, but you definitely can. Played Pathfinder before, the regular and the newer version. Okay, well, there you go. Pathfinder 1st edition is very close to 3.5, which is my favorite D&D. So depending how you feel about Pathfinder, that's very similar to 3.5 and 3rd edition. It's actually almost directly based off of it. So I haven't played 2nd edition Pathfinder yet. Never got a chance to. Don't know if I ever will. I'm sure at some point I will, but just not anytime soon, because man, imagine buying a new book, right? And finding a new group and all that kind of stuff. Whew, who has time for that? It's like some nerd shit right there. Yo, Neil, thank you for the Prime. Yo, I appreciate that. That's very kind of you, dude. Thank you for considering me your Prime option this month. I appreciate that. It's very helpful. Thank you. You had many choices on Twitch for your Prime, and I'm honored you chose my channel for this month. So thank you. Our family game is Rise of the Rune Lords, but we changed the system to 5e a couple sessions ago because my sister thought it would be easier. Ooh, Rise of the Rune Lords is... I've never played through Rise of the Rune Lords in its entirety, but it is legendary in the Pathfinder and TTRPG sphere as being one of the best published adventures of all time. I know that much. I've never heard anyone say anything bad about Rise of the Rune Lords. I've had people go to bat for it being like the best Pathfinder adventure. People love it, which is awesome. That's another cool thing that Paizo used to do. I don't know if they still do it or not, but they used to publish a monthly adventure, and it basically be like a different part of the adventure, with like, you know, 3 to 4 weeks of play out of each book. So on the first of the month or whatever, you'd see all these D&D groups coming into the store, or sorry, actually Pathfinder groups coming to the store, and like the DM would like waddle over to the you know, the new releases section, pick up the new book, and like, you know, secretly look at it while kind of like, you know, learning the new stuff or the new developments ahead of time with the players and shooing them off or whatever. So it was always very fun to see that interaction between people playing the adventure and loving it and following it and stuff like that. It was always very, very cool. It was always, I don't know, fun for me to watch people. I loved watching Pathfinder players. They always seemed like they had such, like, good times playing the game. Interacting with the products. They always liked when new books came out. A 5th ed book is, like, you hit or miss. You either love it or don't. But, like, and the 4th ed was kind of the same way. But Pathfinder books, I always found whenever a Pathfinder book got released, it's like everyone who played Pathfinder would be interested in that book in some way or another. They're really deep, really meaty, really chunky. So... Of course, your art is amazing. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. That means the world to me. Damn, bro. Haven't played Pathfinder First Edition, but love Second Edition so much. Yeah, I'd like to try it at some point. At least read about it and know what the differences are. So, know what I'm getting into in a possible future where I can write Eldara for Pathfinder and D&D, which would be my ideal, I guess, is doing it for both. Because, like... I think that people say the obvious solution is to make Eldara system agnostic and just a setting. But realistically, systems are designed, you know, to help players get into the game. The world's designed for people to help get into the system. It all kind of needs each other to really focus and flow. So I think that people, like the amount of people that say, oh, I love a system agnostic game or adventure or whatever, that's like a very, very enthusiastic but extremely minuscule minority of people. The amount of people that wouldn't have an opinion, like vocally, but if you have, like, let's say a comic convention that I'm going to and I have my system, or sorry, my my adventure, I think the amount of people that would hear system agnostic would just be kind of like, oh, okay, cool, whatever. But if you have like all the rules and everything set up and ready to go and they can play it and, you know, got all the maps and tokens and it's just like plays itself with D&D, I think that attracts more attention. I think people vastly overestimate the amount of people that like rules agnostic stuff. Even if I were to do it like a Twitter poll, people who will respond to my Twitter poll are enthusiasts. Everyone here talking about D&D right now is an enthusiast. We're all hardcore. To be sitting in a stream talking about D&D like I'm doing right now, or listening to it and chatting about it. I know a lot of you guys are here for the world building, the art, so no, it's not everybody. But still, if you guys have opinions about D&D right now, you're probably pretty hardcore as a player on the general sliding scale. So even if I were to pull this chat or Twitter or whatever of what people want, that doesn't represent, I think, the convention goers, the average everyday D&D players. I prefer OG Pathfinder, and I really like the rules and complexity. Yeah, it's fun, hey? Played the first chapter with her and her friend before, but we didn't continue after the first chapter. We finished the first and my family game, and I'm excited for things I haven't seen yet. Ooh, all right, that's exciting. Yeah, that sounds rad. I'm a big fan of the Pathfinder adventures. I think they've always done a very good job at them. They typically have always had a pretty good reputation with the player base too, so... Good for Paizo, man. Paizo's actually going to be at GameCon Canada, I think. So I'm very excited I can go over to the Paizo booth and ask them how the fuck I become a Paizo artist. That's cool. Yeah, GameCon's going to be fun. I'm looking forward to it. Not looking forward to having to travel to Edmonton for the weekend, though. Dude, the hotels, man. The drive, oof. It's rough. But the event itself is going to be fun. You heard that Chris Perkins and Jeremy Crawford both left WotC last week. So Chris Perkins and Jeremy Crawford both left WotC last week. Who is running D&D then? Who the fuck is in charge? Is my question. Cause like after the layoffs and stuff and Mike Merles and everyone got, you know, deleted or whatever, I'm just curious, without Jeremy Crawford and Chris Perkins, precisely whom is at the wheel of this bus? Tis my main concern as I drink my day-old Diet Pepsi. Swirling it in the goblet of the can, like Sire Denathrius swirls a glass of anima in his musings. You can email them? Yeah, it's true, actually. I had the art submission email sticky noted to my monitor by the end of the year. I want to send them my portfolio. That's a great idea, actually. Yeah. That's one of the reasons why I want to get back into painting, is so that I can actually apply to big projects like that. Because I made the decision about 2 years ago that I wasn't going to pursue the games industry, like opportunities that I had been offered. Which was the whole point of my stream, was for me to get back into a form where I could continue my career in the games industry. And after about 2 or 3 years of streaming, I realized that I didn't actually want that anymore. That I really wanted to stay, you know, working on Eldara, building my own setting. And doing some freelance work here and there. But I'd love to do some bigger work for bigger studios like that. Do some, you know, freelance work for Blizzard or Pathfinder, wherever eventually, once I'm good enough. I don't think I'm probably good enough yet. But I want to get back into paintings so that I can be one day. It'd be kind of fun. Yeah, the Hasbro board. They're the ones running it. Other head people are also retiring from WotC. Let's just look this up real quick. Who is in charge of D&D at WotC? D&D franchise at Wizards of the Coast is currently overseen by Nathan Stewart, who serves as the VP D&D franchise leader. Previously, Cynthia Williams led WotC as president, but she resigned in 2024 and was replaced by John Haidt, who I know of. John, I've met John Haidt actually in person. Nice guy. Didn't get a read on him. So who is Nathan Stewart? Nathan Stewart. Nathan Bousson Stewart? Is this who it is? VP of Marketing, Warcraft franchise. There's no way that they just yoinked Jonathan Haidt and Nathan Stewart from... There is no way that it is. But there's no fucking way that they're just yoinking people from WotC, right? Who the fuck is this guy? Wizards of the Coast. Where is his LinkedIn? Oh, Wizards of the... Okay, right there. It's a fucking WotC. So where's the previous stuff? Where's the previous shit? Nope, that's not it. Who the fuck is this guy? This is not the VP of marketing at Warcraft, is it? Because if they're just yoinking Warcraft teams, Maybe he's the guy in the big chair, but not the person replacing Crawford or Perkins. Well, sure, but I'm just curious who's actually technically in charge of D&D. Who's in charge of creative? So Chris Perkins was the creative director. Overseeing the story direction for both games and other media. He recently announced his retirement from WotC with Jeremy Crawford was the game director. So we've lost the creative director and the game director. I'm going to tell you guys a story. This is the story of Overwatch, the game. So after Overwatch's tumultuous start as an MMO called Titan, Christopher J. Metzen, I don't know what his middle name is, Chris Metzen, the rest of the team developing Overwatch, Jeffrey Von Kaplan, and the whole group made Overwatch out of Titan's ashes. And this was a very successful game. Okay? A very, very successful game. People loved it. I loved it. You probably loved it. And Overwatch had a great sailing time. First couple of patches, first couple of years. Even so successfully as to be made into the Overwatch League. Now, a little bit of history here at the Overwatch League, which is important to this very small story, is the Overwatch League was decided upon by Activision, not Blizzard, where Mike Morhaime, the president of Blizzard, founder, one of the co-founders, who ran the company for decades, wanted the Overwatch esports scene to grow organically, just like StarCraft had. Very successfully, very strong. Activision had otherwise. They said they were going to create a franchise sports league. They brought on somebody from Fox Sports Casting, who's used to doing football sports, into an esports scene. And it was a shit show, obviously, in the great words of Taliesin. Completely missed the mark with a lot of people, did not make its money back. People invested tens of millions of dollars into the franchises, didn't get their money out of it. Lesson learned, I guess. Problem with Overwatch, though, is because of the decline of the esports scene, the game declined as well. The death throw, the actual nail in the coffin, the death blow was dealt when Overwatch was not streamed on Twitch anymore. That they moved to an agreement with YouTube, thinking that their fan base was strong enough to follow them. Boy, were they wrong. And the people that I knew who worked in esports at Overwatch and at Blizzard said, duh. So this was not a failing of the company. This is a failing of individuals for this case. Now, why is this important to D&D? Because as Overwatch progressed and was failing downhill and sort of sliding and things like that and going in the wrong direction, a lot of people conveniently started retiring. When the game director Jeff Kaplan retired, he said, guys, I've been doing this for so long. So tired. I'm hot, man. Come on, bro. Let me sleep. We said, okay, Jeff. Sorry, man. Thanks for all your hard work on Warcraft and on Overwatch. Please go rest young Jeffrey. And he said, but I'm really excited for the future of Overwatch. Looks fantastic. We'll see you guys on the other side. Prior to his departure, he announced Overwatch 2, which was met with skepticism and was not the idea of the Overwatch team to create Overwatch 2, and certainly not in the form that it was to be created. There was a mandate from on high, from the big boy top down, that said you are to monetize this game again and create Overwatch 2. They announced story mode, they announced PvE, they announced all sorts of features that they then began cutting as the game came out. And one by one, people peeled away from the project. And every time somebody peeled away from the project, bad news was to follow. And I can't help but wonder, with the layoffs, you know, I know people have high, I don't personally, I don't know if we, air quotes, we like Mike Mearls or not. I don't know. I've had people who are very, very in favor of him in the past now casting him in a bad light. To be fair, I have no idea, and I don't care about it either, to be honest. But I don't have an opinion about Mike Mearls, but I know some people didn't like Mike, but I know he was integral to the game. And he got cut with the layoffs and a bunch of other people. Chris Perkins and Jeremy Crawford leaving Dungeons & Dragons, to me, speaks very much that there is about to be a massive change in the wind that would disrupt their lifelong project and mutate it potentially to something that they didn't want to be a part of anymore. So I like Wizards. I like WotC. A dream place for me to do some work for at some point in time. I'd love to do art for WotC. I'm very curious to see how they're going to handle this, because I'm very, very nervous at the departure of Chris Perkins and Jeremy Crawford. Thank you, Brooklyn, for the follow. I appreciate that. So, John Haidt, some people were nervous with John Haidt being appointed as WotC's king. And look, I don't have bad opinions about John Haidt. People at Blizzard that I know, when he was working on Warcraft, definitely he was a business guy and not a gamer, right? He'd kind of do the, one of my friends said that he would like scoot by the office and like poke his head and do the kind of the, hello my fellow nerds, what is up boys kind of thing. Well, keep at the nerding, ha ha ha, and then waddle along. Like, definitely a business guy, not like a, you know, not a gaming guy or not a tech guy. Definitely some guy at the top in the business side of things. But people generally were favorable about him at Blizzard. So him being appointed king of WotC, I think is cool. It's good. Maybe. I think so. I hope so. Right? I'm optimistic about that. Perkins and Crawford leaving, the creative director and game design director leaving WotC. That is pretty fucking concerning, if I'm being honest. So, whew, you know? Yep. Makes functionally no difference for the customer which department of Activision Blizzard messed it up, though. Yeah, that's irrelevant to the story, though. The whole point that I'm trying to make is that the winds were changing. Who fucked it up? Like that's of course you're right, Malphite, but that's not what we're talking about even in the slightest. We're talking about like winds changing. I'm not sure if he came in halfway through here. We're talking about winds changing in the corporate world, giving a point of direction to the store, like to the product. And so you're right, it doesn't matter who fucked up the product. If people don't want to play it, they're not going to play it. But the point is that we can look back now and see certain patterns as the thing that we love began to go downhill, that we are seeing now in another thing that we love. And that's why I'm very nervous. So, one of the things that WotC and Hasbro, they think that D&D's future is completely digital. They might not be right about that. Yeah, Only with digital can they correctly monetize it. Right. I do think there's a chance that Hasbro might be getting ready to sell WotC or the D&D part. Yeah, who's gonna buy D&D, bro? Yo, what if George Lucas buys D&D? He takes all his, what if he takes all his Star Wars money? Ooh, what if he takes all his Star Wars money and buys D&D? Yo, bro. Who's gonna buy D&D? Should I buy D&D? How many gifted subs do I need before I can afford D&D? Yo, dude, let's just do like a bit goal to buy D&D from WotC. Let's go, man. Am I the one to do it? The D&D community buys D&D, so it'll be like the Green Bay Packers of RPGs. Got it. Okay, let's go. Well, this is a very interesting development. I guess we'll have to see how it plays out. Clearly D&D needs an orb. Okay. I think Travis Willingham would beat you to it. You think Travis Willingham would buy D&D? You think Critical Role would buy D&D? Could Critical Role buy all of Dungeons and Dragons. I wonder. I'd be alright with that. Ruthless businessman Travis, Willingham. You'd be down with that. Let's go. I wonder how much D&D's worth. Like, what the brand valuation of D&D is, you know? How much you would have to pay WotC to be able to get them to sell D&D. Obviously, if that's even something they wanted to do, you know? They are making an unreal amount of money on Magic the Gathering. And so if D&D becomes problematic for them or not worth it or bad for their brand or business, I could see them selling D&D. I could see it. I don't know. It's an interesting idea. Legend Story Studios. Could you imagine? Could you imagine? Well, we'll have to keep our ears open for any sort of changes then. Oh my god, if Paizo bought D&D, that'd be absolutely fucking hilarious. Just for the kind of the poetic hilarity of it. That's what I'm hoping for. Oh well, I'm still rooting for D&D. I want it to be the best thing it can be. I want the devs to be the best devs they can be. I want the community to be healthy and happy. Everybody have fun. So I'm going to continue to be optimistic and hope for the best, alright? What would have to do is put up Kickstarter. They'd have the money in days, right? Exactly. Crowdfund buying D&D. Guys, we're throwing a Kickstarter so Sam Riegel can be in charge of D&D. According to Hasbro WotC, it's not $1 billion industry like they want it to be. 15 billion? Didn't Critical Role release their own system, Daggerheart, I think? Yes, they did, actually. Haven't played it yet. I still think that even if they have their own system, to me, Dungeons & Dragons brand recognition is still way too high. That it'd still be worth it. You could have another system come out, but people know D&D. It's a household name. I had somebody leave a comment on a video. Dude, I got some hilarious comments on YouTube the other day. Like some absolutely hilarious comments, but one of them was on TikTok. I think somebody said something along the lines of something along the lines of like, do you ever do or art that's not D&D, or are you afraid the algorithm won't like it? I'm like, probably don't know what I do you? Probably don't know what my current project is, do you? That's fair. And then I also had one of the most who asked comments in my entire career on one of the videos. Bro, I had to discipline myself not to exclamation who asked them. Basically, someone correcting me on my incorrect use of the word eldritch. Dude, I'm done. I KEKW'd so hard, I literally started wheezing. Even though its net worth is $15 billion, only would be bought for millions. Yeah. Yeah, and then Paizo hires Chris and Crawford to work on it again. Yeah. He's pretty nervous owning a brand that relied on 2 independent parties to increase in value, Stranger Things and Critical Role. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, though, I think Baldur's Gate, part of its success was that it was based off of D&D. So, I don't know. I mean, you definitely bring up a good point about the anxieties of it. And you might be right, to be honest. You might be right about that. I could see it. Forgot Larian. Yeah. Yeah, Larian buys it. Sven is in charge of it. With his endearing European accent, doing D&D moves, shaking up the scene. Yeah, let's go, dude. I think I should put a bid in. I should try and buy D&D. Can make Eldar an official D&D world then. Larian bought it would be definitely improved and become better. Same with Paizo, you think? Yeah, people are happy with Pathfinder 2, by the way. I heard anecdotally today someone say that they are enjoying the Pathfinder 2 game, but are people in general happy with Paizo and the second Finder of Paths? Because I know people were kind of meh about Starfinder. It was a little bit, I don't know what the right word is for it. Underwhelming for some, let's just say. When you played Pathfinder 2, you enjoyed it? It's very different from Pathfinder First Edition, right? It's very different, from what I understand. But you still liked it? If that was fun, you had a good time? Baldur's Gate 3 success results from Larian marketing the hell out of it and the 5 years of beta testing everything. Yeah, I mean, Larian's marketing of Baldur's Gate is also massive. That's a very, very good point. We can't downplay Larian's ability to market their product and have people interested in it and excited for it was also a massive component. And it was all about bear. Never mind. Let us do a market study and see exactly how Larian Studios expertly marketed their video game. Well, there was a leak. Well, I played Second Ed for a while. It certainly got me some interesting ideas. Compared to Fifth Ed? More complex? Less complex? I assume more complex, right? The wider TTRPG community. Are the issues that all these systems that systems aren't really the thing that drives interest. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a great point, because like even with, like that's such an interesting idea, and I think you're very right, because I even know it's true for my own stuff, and I say it for other artists. Like, your skill at art is not going to be what determines your career unless you are the absolute best. It's going to be the other intrinsic values that you build into your art, right? There are artists that post lots of art videos alongside my videos that I post that get far fewer views than I do, because I try and make the theme of the video about something silly to do with like D&D or art or whatever, and it's not just about the actual like art. There's some other things that are inherent to it. Not to say that anybody wouldn't care about just a video that's a video, like a process video of my art, but it's very few compared to what I have right now. So that's something I believe in quite a bit, is the intrinsic value in something that isn't just the I don't know, what's the word? Value that isn't just simply dictated by the quality of the product on its own. Maybe that is the right way to word it. Baldur's Gate 3 as a game seems much closer to Divinity of Souls 2 rather than Baldur's Gate 2, so it's probably a mix of D&D and Larian's reputation. Yeah, I wonder how many people were excited over a Divinity 2 sort of like successor. Because it seemed like a very small minority of people that I talked to that were like, man, I'm so excited for their Divinity. There were the players there. I was part of that base that I was like, oh shit, I love Divinity. They're making like D&D Divinity, I'm down. Which also, there was an announcement of a new Star Wars game, which I'm not sure. Star Wars What was it called? Zero or something? Zero Company? I'm wondering if this is going to be Baldur's Gate 3 Star Wars. But it's by Respawn, the studio that does Jedi Fallen Order. And it looks like it might be Baldur's Gate-y. It's basically XCOM Star Wars. Alright, well, any interest that I had in it is now deflated, gone, and I am gonna forget about that game basically immediately. So, shit. Oh well, we had a good run of excitement for a day. I think we're slowly hitting an implosion in the TTRPG industry where there are too many TTRPGs causing a crash. Definitely a possibility. The most important skill in art is marketing. Yep. I mean, I know artists with 1 million Instagram followers that don't hold a candle to artists that have 30,000. If it were all based meritoriously on skill alone, there probably wouldn't be anybody that's bigger than people like Greg Rutowski and other, you know, painters of our age. So you're absolutely right about that. Realms of Dara will smash all sales records in the known universe because it's a cool setting with a cool Canadian, somebody that drives it. You think so? Think I'm a Canadian somebody? Yeah, here's hoping, right? So between Respawn and some of the original devs of XCOM 2. Damn it. Well, I almost cared. Oh well. Divinity 2 is all super popular due to many factors like Critical Role being sponsored by it and other things. Ooh, good point. They did have some interactions with that. Dude, what a wild idea it would be if the next Larian game was set in Exandria and based off of Daggerheart as a CRPG. Could you imagine? Who has better brand equity? Critical Role or Divinity? Not Larian, but Divinity specifically. Divinity as a franchise and a brand versus Critical Role. That could be something. That could be something if they're familiar and you know, and there's good relations that they have, you know. I'm just saying, man. I'm not saying anything. I'm just saying. They're interesting ideas. Ponderances. Good old ponderances. Makes you wonder, makes you think. Between Respawn and some of the original devs of XCOM 2, where was I? You're somebody... Where was I in chat? Actually, recently started Divinity 2. I'm enjoying it so far. Yeah, it's a great game. There's a future Critical Role video game coming out, but we don't know what's happening about it yet. Oh. Makes you think, doesn't it? Makes you wonder, what the fuck? I think I'm fairly, like, people are fairly favorable about Critical Role's brand, right? Because I don't know exactly how their new show is doing, like Campaign 3. I don't know how it's doing in relation to the old episodes and old shows. I actually have no basis on it, so I don't know what the fuck's going on over there. But is it still, like, popping off? Are people still, like, flocking to it? And is it still the greatest D&D event to ever happen in the history of Twitch? Or is it starting to meander a little bit in intrigue? Campaign 3 ended 2 months ago. what? Campaign 3's over? Is that why I've seen a whole bunch of like little shows and stuff and silly little like one shots and tiny projects? Huh. Because I was waiting desperately for campaign 4 to start. Because campaign 3 lost me at some point in time and I was too far behind to ever jump back on the train. Do you know anything about that? Yeah, me either. I didn't hear shit about it. I guess the critters are no longer frequenting Evan Blair Art as a stream anymore. I guess. Our little things before C4 properly gets announced, huh? Oh, okay. Well, this changes things, I think. I'm not sure how, but it changes things. Yeah, cool. Okay, well, hope it goes well. I'm excited then. I've been waiting for so how did campaign 3? Oh, I guess you don't want to spoil it, do you? How did campaign 3 end? Who died? Somebody had to have died at the end of campaign 3, right? No spoilers. Not for my sake, I don't give a shit, but for everyone else. Spoiler, no spoiling. A closeted critter? Yeah. I don't know, I'm favorable to the Critical Role brand. I think they're cool. I think they're neat. Well, all right. I'm a couple different layers right now, so I'm kind of trying to mess around just a bit. And then we're going to smash everything together, all right? At some point in here. We smash. Some of that texture in there. Cloak. That's a big thing that needs a lot of fixing and help and love. I didn't select this part out. You always make little mistakes when you're doing this dumb sort of colorized selection thingy. I think I'm gonna just move on to, like, with commissions going forward, I think I'm just gonna only take commissions of characters in sketch form until I sort of like normalize my painting workflow. We'll see. We'll see. There's big things on the horizon for me in my paintings, and here too, man. God, I'm just not doing it, apparently. I'm just the worst artist I know. Alright. There. Redemption arc complete. The fuck? What is happening in here? What is happening with this layer? There's weird opacity and things going on. Okay, alright, not to worry about it. Whatever was broken is being slowly fixed, so. Yep, we fixed it. We fixed it! So we can announce that you're secretly the C4 artist? Ooh, I don't know. I was told like years ago by somebody who was close to the project that somebody like me would probably never end up doing anything Critical Role related. I'd love to work with them, but I don't know. I'd love to do some shit with them. Okay, I think this is better. Like, whatever the problems were, I think are fixed. Whatever this shit was, hopefully is no longer. Whatever that gremlin-ass weird Photoshop voodoo shit. And I'd love to do some work with Critical Role. They got a really, like, core team, I think, of artists and stuff, right? That basically people look forward to seeing their work for the different campaigns and shit, so I don't know. Oh, yeah, we gotta save a lot today, I forgot. Who are we drawing? They look great. Yo, thank you, Scott. I appreciate that. We're drawing a little commission for somebody, actually. The last little commission I'm gonna work on for a little bit before I find the the fated final march into Horizon. The next, like, little while is booked for Horizon only art. No more fan arts. So I got a couple of little baby tiny fan art projects I'm gonna be doing. One for Tank and one for Miss Anastasia Roland. Before I get too deep into things. So yeah, just a pretty cool character that I'm enjoying thoroughly doing work for. Enjoying the hell out of painting this character. It's been fun, alright? Enjoying myself. Drama? Yeah, something like that. What would that be? Yeah, I don't know. I believe in the new era of EVA. Long gone are the days of Star Wars prequel memes. Today we instead post Lord of the Rings prequel memes. Has the new trilogy been announced, Ashy? Is there a Lord of the Rings prequel meme chat started? Has there been one? Do I need to go police it with my superior memography? Do I need to recruit Thorkin into it? Because you're right, Ashy. I think that the Dragon's Claim is changing. The Lord of the Rings is coming back. Star Wars is out. Get out of here, Star Wars nerds. Except for Azalea. I'm excited for Azalea being excited about Star Wars Zero Company. That's sick. Everyone else. Junior Tank, I finally caught up with the end of last Ice Cream Sandwich stream and his big moment, right? It's pretty, wasn't planned apparently. Yeah, I got some background information on all that. Some secrets that I don't know what has been shared and what isn't, so I'm just gonna keep my mouth shut on all of it, but it's very exciting, very cool stuff. Taking our chatting about it one day on Instagram. By chat, you mean me just now? Yes? Alright, let's see. Alright, let's see the first Lord of the Rings prequel meme. Smaug's not a dragon, he's a wyvern. A wyvern is a dragon. Dragons have 6 limbs. Balrogs have 6 limbs. Balrogs don't have wings. And wyverns aren't a thing in Middle-earth. Neither is Tariel, but Killy's still banging her. Oh, shit. Oh, you want to see the same energy? I have a YouTube comment that's that exact same energy, Ashley. Do you want to see it? I got a YouTube comment that I kind of wanted to frame. That's the exact same energy. Where is it? This is my favorite comment I've ever gotten on any video. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Okay. I appreciate what we're all doing as homebrewers and fun havers, but what the fuck is an eldritch voice? I'm getting genuinely worried at this overuse and wrongful use of this word. I don't think you or anyone else I've heard say it in the past 2 years know what it means. Like liminal. Nobody knows what liminal means anymore because they thought it meant uncanny. Just use your words, the correct one. Describe the voices better. Don't just say it's eldritch. This is the exact same energy as this fucking prequel meme. Like, this is a meme, unfortunately, Ashy. This is a meme. This is an actual person. The forceful adjusting of glasses. Bro, maybe I should pin this comment, maybe. Yeah. Everyone knows what eldritch is when it uses a modifier of a voice. Right? Get your fun out of my eldritch semantics. Right? Like, should I make this a command? Should I make this a command? Like exclamation eldritch or whatever? Oh, I appreciate what we all do as fun havers. Go so hard. Oh my god. A channel point redeem eldritch voice. That's a great idea. Yeah, absolutely the same energy of these two. Yeah, that's all right. Anyway, that's the best part of my day. Dude, YouTube comments are the most unhinged. Like, if I had to tell you that between YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok, which place would you think would have the most unhinged, most out of pocket, most crazed comments? I think every single person here would have said TikTok. I think everyone would have. I certainly would have, but just so you know, we were all wrong. It was absolutely YouTube. It was absolutely YouTube. Eldritch, weird, sinister, or ghostly, so saith Oxford. Exactly. Yeah. I think that what this guy is saying is he's trying to predate the Lovecraftian use of the word eldritch. I think. I'm trying to give this person as much credit as I can. All right? And do everything I can not to just say who, and then when he responds, say asked. Like, I'm trying to focus up here, okay? My rule of thumb for my YouTube and commenting phase of whatever is, as I start my career posting videos, making YouTube comments, I have a rule. And I've never broken it so far. Oh, no, I broke it once, and I made a mistake. Well, not really, actually. Never mind. Fuck it, I never broke the rule. Never, ever engage with a negative comment. Ever. Never. Not one. Not even once. Don't do it. Criticism on the art, critique on the video, shit talking on whatever, rude whatever, like, just never to engage with it, ever. Okay? That's, I think, the only way that you can keep your sanity. Otherwise, the eldritch voices creep in. So, but that's the hardest one that I've ever had. Like, I just so desperately wanted to adjust my glasses and dunk on fair eldritch hater. But yeah, man, same energy as that fucking meme, actually. At least I think so, anyway. Son of an eldritch. YouTube's been batshit the entire time. Yeah, and that's the thing, though. Like, Scott, I would have thought TikTok would have been worse. Like, I know how bad YouTube is. I would have thought TikTok would have been far worse. Like I said, maybe you guys knew better than me. But I and most people I spoke with said, "Ooh, you gotta be careful with TikTok comments. They're all gonna be awful." But when I go to my TikTok, the comments are like, "Wow, nice art. Looks so good. Hey, that sounds cool." You know? I don't know. How much would I have to donate to end the Orbathon immediately? Why not just let it bleed out, Dark? Why not just watch it with disdain from your shadowed vantage point? Why not just watch the Orbathon? I can't have the Orbathon counter. I can't have a reverse Orbathon. I may have a reverse Orbathon one day because it's funny, but this one, unfortunately, I made too many promises to the Dragon's Claim that it has to bleed out naturally. So, or I forget about it one day and then, you know, so, but we were all of us deceived. 3 video platforms were made. 1 gifted to the boomers in all its glory, and 2 gifted to the zoomers in their innocence. Little did they know that TikTok would be the most balanced. Fucking crazy, man. Taking my willpower not to respond to that comment. I mean, look, that comment on that video is not going to survive. Like, our poor guy here is going to get like smoked at some point in time. It's an older video, but it still gets recommended. People do still check the comments. That guy's going to get rolled, and I don't know by whom or when, but it's going to happen. And I'm gonna you know, steeple my fingers and observe it from a distance. But I will not engage. I will never engage with a negative comment on YouTube or anywhere ever. That's the rule, man. All the happiest long-term like streamers, YouTubers, whatever, they just don't engage with negativity. And I've seen that lesson played out, and I definitely see the wisdom in it, and I will abide. So I will not. But good on you, Ella, for not either. Been on both for a long time. YouTube since ancient times. TikTok is weirdly wholesome, or horny. YouTube is just sheer insanity. Yeah. TikTok's really supportive, you know? People are having a good time over there, which is pretty nice. Who was I to think that YouTube would be? Because I thought YouTube was like the normal one with like normal people on it. The most highly cultured and educated individuals that grace our platformian discussion. And yet again, here I am, educated anew. Of course, Gen X gets left out again. Gen X gets left out because they're too busy complaining about how they got left out last time. Yeah, Gen X actually didn't get left out. They are the ones on TikTok, but they're too busy liking videos of people saying, "Oh, I drank from my garden hose." And you're like, okay, Sandra, I get it. You drank from your garden hose. You're hard as fuck. Dude, you're so cool. Anyway, listen, I love Gen X, dude. I love them. But some of them, the social media side of Gen X is poorly representing my brothers and sisters. So stop being so correct. Because the thing is, Gen X still has a little bit of time, little bit difficulty with the tech. So they're not going to be part of it, right? They're not part of the subcultures and stuff. Some of them are. But as a whole, they're basically just like turbo swiping and liking videos, talking about how cool Gen X is. So they're in their own category, doing their own thing. They're like the Ents. They're just off like meeting in their like Gen X moot or something, really not having much to do with the ring conversation. So engaging negative online is in the end just makes you more angry negative. Yeah, I mean, I just don't want to like bait anybody. Like I would love to like just like roast people because it's funny in the comments and stuff like that. But I also don't want to bait in, like, you know. It's like one thing if you like roll somebody in a YouTube comments. The other thing if you're the person that posted a YouTube video, then they kind of like win in a way, and you just like now you're stuck, and you're getting like notifications in your fucking comments of people responding to your your bullshit, and I'm just gonna try not to, like, I don't engage with any unsolicited art feedback, any complaining or whining about videos and stuff. It's not. I got to be super protective of my ability to post these videos and have fun, and not allow for negativity bias to ever overwhelm the completely amazing amount of sheer unreal positivity I get in videos. It's gonna be very, very cautious, you know. The generation that stopped VHS from blinking 12. After that, we ashed our hands of all tech. Yeah. Yeah, it's hit or miss. It's almost like, you know what? I would almost suggest they don't exist.
Visitors, how exciting.
Right? Oh shit, Maggie, what's up, dude? What's going on, Maggie? Hello, how you doing? Maggie, I need your advice. I need your opinion. First of all, welcome, Raiders. Honored to have you. If you guys are from the Dragon's Claim here and you aren't following Maggie, know that you are missing out on one of the greatest artists this platform has ever had spawn into existence. And Maggie's streams are very fun. She is one of the few artists that I think does the balance between art streaming and interactivity and interest and intrigue very, very well. So you are most welcome here. Maggie's Raiders, good to see you, Tals. Good to see you, Cass. Good to see you, all of y'alls. But Maggie, I need you to settle a debate here, okay? The debate is, be it resolved that Gen X doesn't exist. That you either have Gen Xers in the time frame that would qualify as a Gen Xer that are either able to understand technology and thusly categorized into an elder millennial, or they do not understand technology and then they are unfortunately relegated to baby boomer territory. That's the debate. This all comes back to figuring out how to not get roasted in YouTube comments. Like I keep getting roasted in YouTube comments. So, yeah, that's the current. Maggie's decision will decide the entire fate of this for the Dragon's Claim. You know, whether an entire generation is wiped out into obscurity, or if they staunchly have their own identity as being like the Bendu, the one in the middle. Seems accurate, not gonna lie. When I think of Gen X, nothing comes to mind. Yep, there you have it. There you have it. B-Town, you are no longer Gen X. I'm sorry. You've been promoted or demoted to Elder Millennial because you know how Twitch works. So congratulations. Yep. I know how to push the power button. Where does that put me? Well, because Boomer's Backyard, although your name would suggest otherwise, you do, fortunately or unfortunately, I would say, since you know how to use Twitch, you do qualify as an elder millennial in this new categorization, but I'm still willing to entertain the Gen X validity, let's just say. Because I didn't realize how close I was to Gen Z. Ooh, I didn't realize how close I was to Gen Z. I was like a couple of years, bro, and I was almost a Gen Z. I thought that Gen Z was like born in 2000. I didn't realize that Gen Zers were into the 90s. So news to me, anyway. I almost missed that. Even though I might LARP as a Gen Zer more than I do as a millennial. So either way, welcome in, guys. We're doing some character art today. When we're not talking about getting absolutely dumpstered in YouTube comments. Well, that's not on the topic. We're working on some character art. Good to have you all. Appreciate you. You're honored and most welcome here, my friends. Any friend of Maggie, it's probably very educated, but also a friend of mine. So, I'm a product of the 70s. Ooh, yeah. Isn't that boomer territory technically? When was the Gen X actually, like, when was the breakpoint between, what was the year the breakpoint between Gen X and baby boomer? Was it the 80s? Or no, late 70s? 1965. Wait, what? It was the 60s. Because 80s didn't sound right, but I would have thought it was somewhere in the 70s. Huh. Okay, well, see? What do I know about generations? I didn't know when millennials ended. I didn't know when Gen X started, so there you go. Gen X came of age in the 80s. Right, that's why the 80s are so important, is because they were all teenagers and culture developers. So the generation is often defined, I think, by when you are teenagers and young adults, when that, you know, You think that's when the generation is, because that's when everybody was of it, kind of came of age. So that's why the millennials, maybe we all think we're 90s and early 2000s kids. We think of Zoomers as being born in the 2000s, but really, they were the little brothers and sisters of our elder millennials. So interesting, man. Generations aren't set in stone anyway. Lines aren't clear cut. Right. Yeah, of course. Of course. But I do think that I do actually like our way of clear cutting Gen Xers. There's either the ones that can and the ones that can't use tech, in which case they are, fortunately or unfortunately, stuck in one side of the generational divide or not. How does that work even? Alright, I think we gotta paint some skin tone on her, man. I've been doing everything else besides it. I don't know why. I've just been moving between layers, getting stuff done. But I realize her rosy cheeks are a little unrosied, so there we go. And I will finish this project today. I did say that I would finish a project today, no matter what. I think on Twitter I said if I didn't finish an art today, that I'd have to gift 10,000 subs. And you know how much I hate gifting 10,000 subs to chat, right? Like, holy, could you imagine? Unfortunately, I could. Yeah, very unfortunately, I think I could. Ginzy's like 95, 96. 97? Yeah, I thought it was like 96 or 97. Around there. Best was graduated high school in 1986, just saying. I mean, what was the thing, Atari, in the 80s for nerds? What was the TTRPG scene like? What was the Lord of the Rings scene like? What did the nerds do in the 1980s besides not play D&D because your parents didn't let you? What were y'all doing? What was the vibe? Gen X survived the 80s satanic panic, but building on PC and I'm here, so I guess I got promoted. Does that come with pay raise? No, it now comes with, now you have to bear the burden of the insufferability of the millennials, so you had to complain more, I guess. It's kind of nice, right? Speaking of generations, I have the honor to try and bring all generations of my family together in a D&D game during the vacation.
An anonymous user gifted a tier 1 sub to Town.
What's with this anonymity? Gift with your own might, you coward! Thank you for the sub, I appreciate it. Even though it makes me anxious that I can't thank someone properly, I still appreciate it, and I'm still honored and humbled, so thank you for the gifted sub. Welcome back to the Dragon's Claim B-Town, and welcome back. Hope you enjoy your stay. ADD, we also watched the original Battlestar Galactica when we were kids. Oh. Atari, if I were to say a name of a film, I just want to know if it would mean anything to you, because I actually don't know the timeline of this movie. If I were to suggest the name of a movie, a film by the name of The Last Starfighter, would that be something that has made it into your historical lexicon?
Don't give that YouTube roast comment any energy. Save your beef for better cuts. No need to stew in someone else's salty brisket. Let them sizzle alone while you carve your own path.
Damn.
Sorry. Fuck the ORB.
Oh,
Down with the
man.
ORB. Death to
not the orb.
holes.
God. Every time the toxicity, I'm telling you, this battle between the orb and the flat orbers is just going to get unreal. But thank you, Dark, for the 5. I appreciate that. Thank you. Love that movie. Good movie, right? Okay. Video game test so much better than the Excalibur test. Yeah, see if you can get a high score. Dude, after I saw Last Starfighter when I was like a really young kid, I don't remember why. I was probably rented Blockbuster one night. Thank you. Legend of Non 3. Am I saying that right? Thanks for the follow. I appreciate that. After I saw The Last Starfighter, I went home. Well, or not went home. I was probably already home. But I went and I played so much video game. because I was just like, I want to be selected to be a starfighter too. So I got to get real good at video game. Okay, mom, I'm gonna get good at video games. She did not enjoy that part of the whole journey for me. So, there was that too. Yeah, I guess AD&D and all those things were kind of it, right? Y'all were busy just playing your games, doing your things, I guess. Yeah, you liked it, Azalea? Physically impossible to survive Starbloom flower maneuver, whatever it was. Yeah. You know, I will say the 80s had probably one of, I think maybe okay. So I don't want to be biased because I was 13 in 2003. What's the case to be made for the best era of cinema, of movies, of theaters, of just the experience of movies? What's the case to be made for that being in the 2000s versus the 80s? Because I think there's a case there.
You're a prime cut of talent, a true master of the craft. Every stroke is well done, never overcooked. Keep serving out that chef's kiss. No
Thanks,
signs
bro.
of negativity needed.
I appreciate it. Thanks, man. Thanks for the 5, Necromancer Dark. Appreciate it, dude. Thanks for the unrelenting positivity and faith in my nonsense to continue my nonsensical nonsense. So, thanks, dude. Means a lot. Thanks, Dark. Appreciate ya. What a scholar. What an absolute legend. Thanks, dude. God damn it. I'll be okay. I'll be okay. Worry not. We were amazed by the Defender hit the arcades and then let down when the sequel wasn't that good. Aw, man. But yeah, I think that there's a case to be made for those two being the best sort of like eras of movie going. You know? The 80s, the last great sort of Spielbergian era, and then the early 2000s with all the fantastic trilogies in the Lord of the Rings era, you know, and also at the time the blockbuster era wasn't firmly, you know, cemented at the beginning of that era. So I don't know. I could be convinced it was the 80s still, but I think there's a case to be made, you know.
Oh, and I forgot.
Yes, hello.
F the orb, down with the orb. Holes.
We forgot about that.
Hashtag fight the power. Hashtag down
Yeah,
with the heretics.
we forgot about that part too. So, dude, Dark, thank you for the 15. I appreciate that. That's extremely kind of you, man. That's far more generous than I deserve. So, thank you. I will endeavor to be worthy of that support. That means a lot. Thanks, dude. Case is too easy to be made because it's true. In the late 90s, early 2000s, we finally hit specific effects that you didn't really have to suspend disbelief for. That was the watershed moment for movie history. Like, the Lord of the Rings trilogy was... And, like, when did it start? Did it start with The Matrix and Star Wars? I think. Like, dude, The Matrix changed the world, I feel like. I feel like people don't appreciate today exactly the kind of impact that The Matrix had on culture. You know what I mean? But there was just magic in the 80s that I don't know if we ever got back. You know what I mean? But it's tough. I'd be very curious to see if people who are like maybe late teenagers, early 20-somethings would say that the Avengers era was the best movie era. I'd be very curious if people think that the current era was better than any other. Obviously, you're always going to have a bias towards the era that you were a kid or a teenager or a young adult during. Everyone has a bias to that. But I wonder if anyone would try in the modern era to make a case for their era of movies, for like the Avengers, you know, new Star Wars sequel movies, whatever, to be it. I don't know. Chicks are different already from the beginning of the stream. Really brought out more of her authority. Ooh, that's what I'm going for. So thank you, Gatson. I appreciate that. Matrix was one of my favorite movies as a child. Yeah, I mean, Matrix was it changed shit, right? We stopped thinking about everything the same way. Changed phones forever. Bro, I wanted a phone, one of the gun phones where you like loaded the fucking thing. So bad. I wanted one so bad, you had no idea. You have no clue how badly I wanted one of them, boys. Ugh. Just imagine. You're chilling. You hang up the phone. And you snap that shit up like you're loading a gun, just like Neo. Oh, God. Why aren't phones cool anymore? Star Wars, Lord of the Rings, Harry Potter, those were big spectacles that push special effects forward. Yeah, they're also like journeys, you know? Like, obviously, Terminator had its like journey. Jaws, kind of. Godfather, kind of. But really, like, as far as movie trilogies, as a cinematic movie trilogy experience to follow for years, was there anything better than Lord of the Rings omitting the original Star Wars?
Are we really going to do this again? You're not
fuck.
worthy.
Ah, shit, damn it.
For beating
I just
stick.
said it.
Okay, I guess we need
Shit.
to return to the confidence beatings. Self-love thought we were past this,
Fuck.
but I guess we've worried. I'm committed. I'm here for you.
Thank you for the 5. I'm sorry I said the thing. I'm sorry I said the thing. My bad. I won't say the thing anymore. Thank you for the 5. I appreciate that. And Punky Pie, thank you for the follow. Welcome in, my friend. Good to have you. Thanks for chilling. Hope you're doing well. Hope you are well, my friend. Shit, I said the thing. Damn it. Damn it. I should know better. This is my fault. I will take blame for this one. But yeah, man, like following the Lord of the Rings trilogy, what an experience that was. Jesus, dude. Ah. Okay, I'm sorry. Fine. Yeah. I won't say anything besides thank you for the 10 gifted subs. I appreciate that. That's extremely generous and very kind. And warranted and merited for all the hard work that I do to stream as well as I do, and to maintain a level of quality and consistency in this experience that I provide for you guys. And that is the adequate amount of support to be showed to me, because I am deserving of all the bounties that I am gifted by life's crazy happenstances. Even though that's so fucking funny that you just added like a bunch of time to the orb timer. That's so fucking funny too. Oh my god, the irony of that. Oh, I love the stream. Okay, thank you though. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Dark, that's very kind of you. Get gifted scrub apparently. I just got dunked on, bro. Yeah.
We'll
Jeez,
start
bro.
light, but I will hit harder if moral doesn't improve quickly. F the orb
Okay,
down
dude.
with the orb.
Thank you for the 5. Yeah, are my alerts weirdly... Dude, my alert volumes I feel like are messed up. Let me change that one real quick. I tried to change all my alerts so that they're more in sync with my stream volume. I think that was probably a bit too loud. So I'm going to just quickly... Nobody gift subs until I'm done with this real quick. Kidding, man. Variation setting... 5. Gonna turn that off. What did I just say? Okay, I turned it down in real time. Okay, no, save. It's good. Okay, chill. There. That's down. That's down. I'm turning that one off. 20 month. Screw that shit. Or whatever. That's down. That's down. Important subscriber gift? What the fuck? Oh, imported. What the fuck is that? I don't know what that is. Shit. Okay, they should be all good now. All right. Thank you for the 15 gifted subs, Dark. I appreciate you. Yeah, I couldn't hear the notification sound apparently. Okay. It's all fixed and adjusted. Yeah, weird. I think I might have missed the sub alerts. I thought I did them, but I thought I changed the volume of all my alerts, but maybe I was dumb and missed the subs. That would be in my nature to do so. So perhaps I was the one that made a mistake. Either way, I think it's fixed. So there we go. Okay. Good. Thank you, Dark. Thank you for the support. I appreciate it. It was very kind. I am humbled and honored by your choice to support the stream. It means the world. So, thank you. I'm telling you, man, y'all are too nice, bro. I'm not allowed to say I don't deserve it, but I'm just gonna say that it's highly unusual for a streamer of my size, and I hope you recognize that. This kind of support is highly unusual for a streamer of my size, but I'm honored either way. Emotions. I'm good. I'm good. No one told me I should have worn brown pants. Yeah, sorry about that, bro. Positive self-talk. Exactly. I found you through Mossy Socks. Your art is so beautiful. Oh, really? Funky Pie, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, Mossy Socks is great. Mossy Socks has been absolutely a scholar, a legend, and a very, very kind soul to me. Very encouraging. Mossy Socks was the first person that I did the War of the Realms fan art for, and I was so nervous because I don't like doing fan art that often. Not because I like have anything against fan art, because I'm always so nervous to do it. You know, I feel like I need to ask permission to do fan art for people. Like, it seems like presumptuous to like just do fan art for an individual. I don't know if I'm being crazy about that, but that's just the way I feel. Either way, Mossy Socks was very encouraging. If you've ever heard Mossy Socks talk about his support of art and artists, you would know that that's, you know, not surprising whatsoever. But I was not that acquainted with Mossy Socks at the time, so I very nervously and sheepishly asked him when I rated him one day if it'd be okay if I did art for the War of the Realms and did his character Luan, and he was very, very supportive and very kind, and I am forever grateful and a fan at this point. So Mossy Socks could do no wrong in my book. I will always love and support that guy. Always, man. Okay, painting in the line work on the flesh tone is like really weird because you don't want to be too dark, otherwise it makes it look kind of like messy and weird. But you don't want to be too light that it ever sort of like interrupts the general shading. So it's a bit of a balancing act, I think. Especially around like the neck and the eyes, the shading gets a little bit heavy. You don't ever want it to be like super dark, you know? But obviously things like it's on the same layer as like her eyelashes and eyelids, which are going to be darker, and that's okay. This whole process, man, I'm just not entirely confident in it yet. I just don't know how to art. But I'm enjoying it. Enjoying the colorized character sketches. They're cool. I just hope people who are commissioning them enjoy them. Or people, because I haven't done really any or that many from Eldara yet. I'll pretty much always err on the side of doing them in black and white and keeping the sketch aesthetic for Eldara official releases, unless something is very important to be in color. So then I will venture further into... Dude, I got too many layers here. Then I'll venture further into the realm of color. So you don't want to paint out the line work completely, but you definitely don't want it to be that dark and heavy-handed, messy. We're not trying to paint out all the line work, but you see like in here, it looks a little bit messy. And the texture is well applied for many parts of the piece, but not necessarily for skin. And I should maybe consider instead in the future just changing it so that I don't put any hatching on the skin past a certain point. So it's just like around the eyes and maybe some like small little crevices, sort of like, you know, in the center of her chest, underneath the armpit, like where the light really disappears. But like here, maybe I should just omit it in the future. It's definitely a possibility. I'm still learning bits and bobs with this as I go and create this kind of like new process of, it's not really even painting, is it? It's like kind of like color sketching. I'm very reluctant to even call this painting though. I don't think I'd be comfortable calling it painting at this point. The process is so wildly different. You have to react to the intro message. Wait, what? Let's try again. Oh, Katzen, let me see if I can get you in. Let me see. If it's being weird, let me see if I can fix it for you. The Guild Gates. Where are you? Katzen, what's your Discord name, if I may ask? I'll grab you on the list and I'll hand you the role manually. Let's see. I don't think I see you on here. Bucket of mushrooms. When did you join? Was it in the last couple of days? Start at the top. Let's start at the beginning of April. Bucket of mushrooms. Cats and bucket of mushrooms. Cats and mushrooms. Beta. So Discord doesn't. I passed you? Wait, what? Okay, wait. Hold on. Help. Where did I miss it? April 4th. Oh, okay. Thank you. Oh, there you go. Cats. Okay, I was looking for the full. Stray. We're gonna add the role of Guild Initiate. That's weird that it isn't working. I'm sorry about that. And remove the role Stray. Okay, you should have access to the Discord now. Formal aims, right? No, you're good, dude. No. Katzen, like, I don't have enough of I need to expand my moderation team. And so this is completely a me problem. This isn't a you problem whatsoever. I need to be able to just say like, hey, yo, can someone take care of this? And until I get off my ass and do that, I'm totally taking responsibility for this kind of stuff. So if there's something not working in Discord or whatever, I'm the guy. You can ask me to fix that shit for you, and I don't mind if it's during stream or not, because I have to fix all that garbage until I can be responsible streamer and ensure there's enough sort of like people that you can ask about those kind of problems that aren't me. Not that I don't want to be asked, it's just if you're worried about disrupting stream stuff. No, it's not a disruption whatsoever. I'm perfectly happy to do it and honored to even have you in the Discord. So, yep, welcome in, bro. Good to see ya. Hope you have fun. And thank you for pointing out what day it was on, because my brain just wasn't working. Appreciate it, guys. Dude, you know what your bits for, Cats, and I'm happy to have you. Thank you for 100 bits, though. I appreciate that. By keeping the stomach plate, there's probably a name for it, white, or have you just not started calling it? I'm keeping it white. It's going to be kind of like a contrasting sort of whitey silver. I haven't quite figured out the texture of it. I think I want to make it more glossy. I just kind of started describing a little bit of light on it, but not really figuring out too much about what's going on there. I played around with it a little bit, but in this stage of the painting, I'm just kind of meandering around doing some like lighting and stuff that I feel sort of like merits it, which allows me to kind of like, the way I describe it is it's kind of like checking things off of a list. When you check things off of a list, your brain doesn't need to like spin those plates anymore. So in the early stages of rendering like this, I'm kind of just like bouncing around doing stuff. Some things are a lot further along. Some things are like pretty messy. Like her gloves just aren't even, there's like a blank, you know, color right there. Right. So definitely, yeah, I don't really know what to do about our kind of like, I don't know, main plate there or whatever it's called, because it's going to be, it's not like a metal, it's a weird material, because there's certain materials on this character that are sort of science fiction-y, right? There's certain things about this character that is based around a sci-fi setting. It's like if you ask Mr. Pixel about it, he'll give you a pretty arcane answer as to whether or not it is science fiction versus fantasy, which is interesting to me. But I want to have some materials in here that don't quite seem like, you know, exactly normal fantasy-like materials. So yeah, I don't really know what to do about this one. It's kind of the main one that I think really stands out as being more sci-fi with the kind of hex pattern and shit in it. Maybe, then I had a slight idea that you could have like 2 or 3 of the circles that light, or that same light blue you have, like a magic glow. Ooh. I should take like a glow pass through this thing, because there's certain things that are lit up, right? Like in her boots, this thing. I kind of like that, actually. Maybe I'll try that. Appreciate the idea. That's kind of sick. See, I'm not even finished this stuff I'm doing with rendering on the skin, and I decided that I need to do some cloak shit just because I was looking at it. It's like totally not a comprehensive process right now. It's just like whatever is kind of like in the way to like get everything done at least a little level here and there. Yeah, I could maybe that'd be a good way to also show off the more like science fiction-y side of things is to have more of those kind of glowing elements contrasting the dark. That could be interesting, actually. I kind of like that. Maybe I'll play around with putting some of those. If not, at least the lines could be like glowing or something. Yeah, I'm getting ideas. I'm getting inspired now. Not that I was inspired before, but you know what I mean. You know what I mean. If I get good art, I'll be able to torture myself with infinite ideas I throw at you. Yeah. Well, the day I get good at art, I'll be able to properly, adequately describe those ideas. So we'll both be in the same boat there. Can't wait for that day. It'll be sick. It'll be a holiday. Yeah, maybe I'll put some like, I kind of want to do that bluish glow or something kind of radiating off the bottom of the cloak as well. I don't exactly know how to do it right now. Oh, I just hit a macro. Oh, thank God I didn't break everything. Alright, well, we're getting there at least. We're painting. Oh, so I see you, Cow. Hello. I see you creeping, skulking into YouTube chat. Good to see you, Cow. Alright. Okay, I just need to refill my water real quick. So, because the Orbathon is under sub 3 hours, sub 4 hours, I'll give you guys your last little doses of spheres while I'm gone. So there you go. There's your sphere. There it is. We'll form a thumbnail. There you go. Okay, give me a sec. We Gucci. We Gucci. Get out of here, sphere emote. Nasty little creature sitting on my chair. Trying to pretend like I wouldn't notice. Of course I would. Okay. Alright. What was I even drawing? What was I even painting, man? It's probably doing something that mattered. Probably doing some shit, at least. Let's do the cloak, actually.
I'm sorry, but I'll be out next week, Frown.
What?
I know. Sad Bender.
Man, we'll miss you, bro.
I hope you'll survive without me.
We'll miss you.
I know this chatted full of orb holes.
Yep.
But I'm hoping they'll still be able to keep you on the straight and narrow with your improvement and self-love journey. Less than 3.
Thanks, dude. I appreciate it. Hope whatever you're doing next week is fun, productive, and awesome. Thanks, dude. Thanks for the 5, Dark. I really appreciate that. Thank you very much. Well, return with tales and stories of adventures had then, I suppose. That's the mandate then. Mm-hmm. And I will do the same. And next week's gonna be a fun week, I think, for streams. But I might have to end early on next Friday. Not this Friday, but next Friday, to go help Ella at the convention. I am excited to go to the convention. Obviously, it's always my favorite thing to hear people talk about how cool Ella is, and going to conventions where people are basically, that's the theme of the convention, is talking about and appreciating how cool Ella is. That's like, man. Ooh, boy, that's like one of my favorite things. So I get to do that. But at the same time, it is also a pretty hefty time commitment. So I'll probably be very tired on Monday, come Monday stream. Not this one, but like next one. We got a while. Also, on that Friday, I think that Friday might be my birthday. I'm pretty sure stream, right?
What happens in the desert stays in the desert. No power, no internet,
Ooh.
no photos, Kappa.
Damn, bro. Damn, that sounds exciting. I'm unfamiliar. I'll take your word for it, though. Imagining this is like some Bohemian Grove secret shit or whatever. I don't know. I'm not gonna ask questions. I don't want to be disappeared. Can the cape like dissipating into magic near the bottom? I know some people created clothes at summoning spells. Could do that the lower part slightly disappearing to blue. Oh, like it's kind of being like in some ways like magically digitized or something. That's a cool idea. I like that. I'll try some crazy shit there. Could even have it kind of like fractal off, you know? Which isn't the exact right word, but you know exactly what I'm saying when I say it. Just like Eldritch. Okay, I'm done. I'm done. I swear, I'm done this time. That was the last one. It was the last meme about that. What is on top of this layer? Oh, it's being silly. I forgore. I briefly forgore how to art. Now I remembered. It's back in my brain. Didn't Coachella just happen? Yeah, wasn't that a thing like in the last couple of weeks? Heard people talking about it or whatever in the media. Not in my circles, but people definitely talking about the happenings of Coachella. Listen, no 21 performing at Coachella, no Evan being interested in it. That's my mantra. It's not a good mantra, but it's mine. Burning Man isn't till July or August. Never been to any of these like big sort of festivals and things like that. Are they fun? Are they good? Do we like? Do we have fun? We chilling? what it's like to go to them. I'm just not an outside goer, as it were, you know? Not a convention hitter, not a festival enjoyer, just overall a sit at home and play. Well, I don't even play games anymore. Sit at home and work kind of Evan. That's a good thing, right? Right? Means I'm focused. Yeah, it's coming along. Ooh, it's coming along. We got none of the really like fancy and pretty highlights in here, but it's actually further along than I think it looks. It betrays it as being further along. So we'll start doing some of the smaller things and getting even more of the details together. We're close enough to walk into. What was it? Cloak? Thigh? Chest? What's up, Ronnie? Depends what you want your magic to look like. What do you think raw magic will look like for this person in your opinion? Hexagons, liquidish? I don't know. It's hard to always say when it's not in my world, you know? The reason I ever learned about Burning Man is because the desert they do it in is not that far from me. Oh, really? I thought Burning Man was somewhere off in like crazy. Actually, where the fuck is it? To be honest, I have no idea.
5-day sci-fi LARP deep in the desert.
Oh, that's
like
sick.
Man,
oh, that's
so
sick.
big, with much better people.
That's
like
really cool.
If Cyberpunk happened out in a ruined city in the desert.
I like that. That's dope.
2,000 people sign up to find out. Experiment begin.
Okay, that's cool as shit. Yeah, I'm down with that. That'd be rad. A cyberpunk sci-fi LARP. That is cool as shit. I will give it that. That's cool as shit. Man, I feel like the LARP community is just like exploding recently. Maybe I'm just like more informed to it because I've like recently befriended people like Tank and Mossy Socks and you know, like I wonder if that's part of it or if it's just like growing in a crazy way that I just didn't know about. Could also be it too. Participated in a cyberpunk LARP in its own setting. It was awesome. Damn, bro. That's cool. Yeah, I gotta get my LARP, my LARP act together with the Ren fairs and stuff. There's a lot of crossover in that community. Those nerds know what they want. I love it. They're just chilling. Getting a little LARP on, man. Dude, they're having a good time there. I love that for them. I love me the nerds that know how to have a good time and chill out. Now, like I've talked about before, but I've had some bad experiences in the SCA Ren Fair side of things. But I'm not letting that ruin my experience for Ren Fairs this year. I'm going deep into it. I'm just gonna chill, man. Have some fun, Ren Fairing. She's starting to come alive slowly. Slowly, man, slowly. But it's starting to happen. I'm feeling it. My history teacher used to go to events where everyone dressed up in real knight armor and would fight with bamboo sticks. That's cool. That's pretty rad. That's the good nerd shit right there. An email for your art, right? Somebody in YouTube chat was asking about it. If you thought, or I thought you mentioned one before, but I don't know where it is. Oh no, yeah, it's oh shit. Thanks, Cass. I appreciate that. You got my YouTube chat. Your channel. Where's my stream? Am I live right now? Where's my chat? Dude, it's so weird to try and get your YouTube chat up on stream or up on your computer at the same time as your Twitch. Let me... yeah, sorry for not being the best and most attentive on YouTube chat. I apologize. I don't usually post my email most places because I find that working through Discord is a lot easier, and I have an abundance of Discord clients. Not that I'm against... I have a couple email clients, which I'm totally happy to have, but I just find that posting the public email, like I have it on my Twitch, but I don't really have it a lot of places because posting the email out to the ether, when I did that, I just got an unreal amount of like lists that I got put onto of like, hey streamer, do you want to join and sign up with our energy supplement brand, whatever. So yeah, I think it should be on my link tree though, isn't it? I could be wrong, but yeah, sorry for missing the message in chat, Blue Demonica. I apologize. I don't mean to be non-attentive to my cherished and dear YouTube chatters. I apologize. I want to get a bot that cross posts if I can do it. I still haven't seen what Cass said about that. So, wonder what her magic would look like. It comes more in the form of spheres / water thing. Dissipating magic looks like in a waterfall. Oh, that's cool. Yeah. It'd be kind of cool for an effect around her, whatever. Got anything Renfair adjacent over where I am? Really? Glasses. These new glasses are not working now. I gotta get them redone. Just going back to the old ones. Is he on Linktree? Yeah, maybe it isn't actually. Let me see. Let me just check. Wait, what? The fuck? Where's my link tree, bro? I guess it's not. Yeah, you're right. Email. It might be just like hidden. I'm not sure if that message is actually, the email link is actually usable. I don't want to go through the process of it, but it's a good point. I'll try and add that in later. I guess there's more and more people that are seeing my stuff from off of Twitch that, yeah, shit. All right, cool. Thanks for letting me know. Someone say something about orbs? No, absolutely not. It's better than Renfair. Jason always looks so damn fun. Yeah, I think Renfairs are cool. I just, yeah, I don't know. I want to go to one of the big ones one day. All in favor of torturing this man by having him connect the spheres with electric water leaking out of them between them, say I. Torturing me? It wouldn't be a torture at all. It'd be fun. I think it's a bit out of the scope of the project, though, is to be adding in effects and things around the character. I wouldn't want to say, hey, here's a cool thing that I want to do. By the way, it's going to take me longer, so the commission's going to be more expensive than retroactively. I don't like doing that to clients. I like to kind of agree on what the level of sort of details and stuff is going to be early on, so they don't get surprised and flashbanged by, like, hey, that cool thing that I decided to do that now you have to like pay for. That sucks. That really sucks. It's like, excuse me, bro, I didn't agree to do that shit, bro. Didn't see on the link tree. Yeah, weird. Thanks much. I'll keep an eye out for when you're free and totally understand about the sharing of emails. Yeah, no, I know it's a bit, Blue, I know it's a bit difficult or arcane to try and like get work from me or commissions from me. So I'm trying to make it easier, to be honest, and I apologize. How do you come up with your character designs? Oh man, Ronnie, the iterative process of doing character designs is so in depth that it's like that would be a whole, you know, giant conversation on its own. But I guess the concept art process is very deep and very iterative. So like before, like this project will represent about 30 to 35 hours of work for me, right? And the first probably 6 or 7 of that's before I even put the first like finished line on sketch, because I'm doing all these extra sketches, all these extra conceptual development things, studying, looking up reference for things like that, real world and, you know, fictional. And it's a very deep process of concept development, but I think it is one of the things that sets my work like apart from other people. So I try and focus on it like pretty intently at the beginning.
People who put on Wasteland,
yes,
which has been happening for 15 years. 4,500
cool.
meetup and LARP Mad Max.
That's pretty rad.
To get heaven out there in some asless channel. Leather underwear to be my little leather boy. How much? How much?
Man, to go to the desert, bro? Holy. I don't know about that. I have to go to a desert, man. Yeah, what am I gonna do in the desert? There's no tablets in the desert. There's not even much electricity. How am I gonna stream, bro? How am I gonna get stuff done, bro? I got deadlines. Mad Max LARP would be fun. Evan, you're not supposed to actually put spray paint on your teeth. Oh, what? Oh, what? The reason I don't do other socials, especially Discord, is because of handling of user privacy. I've had Twitch account for ages ago, basically a couple years after Twitch started. Yeah, I mean, user privacy is like definitely one of those things that's tough for a lot of these systems. You know, honestly, like I can give you a real answer about why it's so arcane to try and commission me, but it's not gonna be a satisfying one, and so I'm reluctant to like tell people why. So there are certain avenues of, I'm absolutely not calling anybody out here, because anyone I've worked for or worked with has been lovely for the most part, and regardless of where I sort of met you or how I encountered you. But there is a tendency, I've noticed a pattern of certain things, certain places that you'll get better clients from versus more problematic clients from. Certain percentages, right? And so it's kind of thing that's like people that come and ask me to do a project on Discord that are from my Twitch chat. It's like basically a 90% like, let's go, you know, great clients to work with. People that send me messages at random, if I have a commission sheet posted on Twitter, for instance, pretty high like failure rate of like not great clients to work with in general. And obviously I'm like, you have a very good reason for not having, you know, the privacy issues are definitely valid, Blue, so I totally understand. But in general, the kind of person that would email me about a commission that isn't in tune with that sort of like the social media side of things that I'm a part of doesn't carry the same value over my art that people who are in tune with those like sides of social media would. It's hard to explain because it's like, God, how do I say this, man? Because I know I'm not explaining it well. If somebody is the kind of person to hang out in my Twitch or YouTube stream, they're probably the kind of person that I would work with very well. And the kind of person that sees an email on a Instagram account and just randomly fires off whatever is more often than not. So for me, if it's the kind of thing where I have such a long wait list that I can afford to just keep things within a very successful niche of myself, of like, yeah, Discord's always good, you know, Instagram messages usually pretty good, then it's like expanding out is kind of like more time spent with less reward as far as like finding good clients. So, but obviously that's not to say then that there are people out there that aren't fantastic to work with that just don't have these silly platforms or whatever that normal people look, and it's not like I want to make it hard to work with me for those great clients, you know? So it's tough. I don't have a good satisfactory explanation for it. It's not, you know, a good one, but that's like whether or not it makes sense or whatever, that's just the experience that I've had. But I do want to make it a little bit easier, because obviously if I'm going to be moving into more, which I am moving into more professional clients, you know, you need to have sort of that professional forward facing kind of type of thing And I don't know how anybody would find how the fuck to get in contact with me besides going through my Twitch. So yeah, I definitely have to add that to Linktree. And just like the good and the bad will come from it at the same time. And it's just sort of like a deal with it, art nerd kind of moment. So I do very much apologize for being a little arcane and difficult to get in contact with. I feel pretty bad about it, to be honest, because it sucks to like have to make something more difficult for all sorts of really good, nice people just to try and weed out a couple of bad ones. Person doesn't have any drawing talent. I really appreciate those who do, and how difficult it is for any artist to stay on top of all the gazillions of requests. Yeah, I appreciate that. Sister-in-law is also an artist, and she lectured me about the world of art. Yeah, it's pretty strange. It's a very strange place to be, and I will admit that. So I will admit that much.
No electricity, no internet, no cellular.
Ooh,
just you.
Damn, bro.
Sand. Leather.
Okay. Whoa, wait. Wait, this is sounding less cyberpunky by the moment.
Burned before. 40 C in the day, below 0 C at
Oh
night.
my god.
While camping in your skimpy leather. How much?
Oh my god. I'm good. You had me up until skimpy leather. I think I'm good. Yeah. I was all on board. Thank you, Dark, for the 5. I appreciate it. Thank you, my friend. It was very kind of you. Yeah, the thing is, I'd have to also proactively figure out what the therapy bills are going to be to have to take care of after that. So, oh man. So taking commissions from someone IRL who's not in the art social media sphere versus someone who knows the courtesy and arrangements that come with art online, Twitch socials, etc. Kind of. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, it's just so weird and bizarre to try and figure out, like, trying to explain the differences. It's why, like, people sometimes wonder why I don't maintain a commission sheet. I never got any good clients from commission sheets almost ever. You know what I mean? Explain fine. You go where the most clients are available and are actually invested in your time and your work. I'm definitely one of the one that leaves you hanging for weeks. Not one that leaves you hanging. No. I got what you're saying. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, I only recently started expanding out into the YouTube sphere. Like, I've been streaming for like 5 years almost on Twitch, and I only recently kind of like decided to start going out of my little hole. So I have to make myself a whole lot more accessible. Otherwise, I'm just like kind of being disrespectful to people, I think. So that's why I'm apologizing, I guess. Some art commissions hosting sites like Artistry, but I don't know if that'll work for you. People will still have to hear about you somehow. The issue is I will not post a public price for something because I don't know the extent of somebody's project until they tell me about it. And it's very different sometimes. So if I say like, oh, it'll cost you $100 and then it's going to take double, and then I quote you double, then you're mad. And I totally understand that. So no, I really don't like the idea of maintaining like a site or whatever like that. So I'm fine also. It's like if I don't take commissions for 2 months, like I'm totally fine with that because I just work on Eldara. So it like has to be more worth it for me to do commissions than for a lot of other artists, which is one of the reasons for it being complex as well. But I love them. I love doing, characters people. Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. More normal. I
need a number though. I've done my taxes, so I need a number I can work with. Give me a number. Gimme.
I don't honestly think there is a number, to be honest. I couldn't even conjure what that number would be. To go out to an actual LARP? Oof. I have no idea. I've never thought about going out to events like that. You see, I'm not a big enough, streamer to be ever sponsored to go to some place or whatever. So I've never thought about it. I have to do some deep thinking about time and whatnot. So I can't pull one out of my ass right now. Thank you for the 5. I appreciate it, Tark. It's very kind of you. It's very kind of you, bro. Can you progress comparison? I mean, I don't have. I have everything divided right now because I'm kind of being shitty. But like, I guess you could say this is the progress for today, for the most part. This is like part of yesterday, but mostly the progress in where we started to where we are right now. So yeah, it's about right, I think. You know, not bad. Haven't done, like, definitely the painting characters on the parchment background is also a little bit harder. Oh my god, I'm trying to control all this shit. Ungroup it, there we go. Because I don't know, the parchment texture just really, like, you just need something more flat with the background of a character like this. It doesn't look great on the parchment, so you know that's why I usually do something kind of like usually give clients a couple of options, just a very quick, easy. If they don't want to like do the whole big background thing, I'll give them a couple of like little loose character, you know, options that for backgrounds that they like in variation, and then you know they can use whatever one they want. Just some like referential colors and stuff like that here and there. But the parchment alone with the sort of more painterly sort of textures and shit just doesn't quite work well. So there's like definitely a missing element of the component of the background for Nakia that isn't supporting it at all right now. So yeah, there's kind of a very important missing element as well that I'm also factoring in my brain, in like how the doneness of the piece, how done it looks or whatever. Right?
Okay. Hear me out.
Okay, alright.
How much for me to fly up to you and we'll up Mad Max in your living room for a weekend?
Oh god.
I'll even get you the leather. No worries there.
Okay, alright, yeah, alright. Oh god, that's the Mad Max LARP. Well, I don't have enough silver spray paint or good enough medical insurance for that, so thanks for the 5, Dark. I appreciate it.
What the hell is doneness?
Doneness is the donitude of the piece. Yes, take 100 bits, Moose. The doneness of the piece is the donitude of an art, and when you are trying to compare the duality of an art piece with the completitude, that is then the calculation for calculating the base rate of donitude, and thus by direct references the doneness of it. So yeah, that's the, you know. She's pretty blown away, literally no words. That means a lot to me, Baluna. I'm glad you like it. I'm glad you and Mr. Pixar are both enjoying the process here. She's fun to work on. I'm enjoying this piece quite a bit. Spending a little bit longer on a lot of design things that I had predicted, but I'm enjoying the process, so why not, you know?
To worshipping the orb.
Hey, yo, 3.5 hours, and that's it. 3.5 hours, and then no more orbs. So you guys gotta be careful, man. You guys gotta be very careful here with your orb timer. Though if I do remove the orb and the mods don't return, then I'm reinstating the orb. So and modding a new team. So we'll see. We'll see. All right, dude. I need a stretch break. Holy God, I've been just see when we're painting, it's a lot less straining on the you know, on the wrist. I find because you have to be a lot lighter in the touch, so I'm like less in pain and thus less good about stretching. How do you know when you're done? How do you even stop? Yeah, that's a difficult question. I don't know if I have an answer. I think that like the easiest answer for when do you know a piece is complete is kind of a gut check, right? You've done kind of everything that you can in it's a feeling of like you've rendered everything out to a satisfactory degree where you've achieved a harmony in the pieces, like complexity and rendering and everything like that, to create a story that your brain can fill in the rest of the details with easily. And you don't, but okay, so how do you know when you achieve that? A lot of it's just a gut instinct, you know. A lot of it's just a gut feeling. So yeah, it's one of those kind of like difficult to explain things that you just kind of have to trust your gut. You just know when it's done. You can't obsess over finishing a piece. You can't obsess over, you know, complexities of, you know, did you get every little line right? Did you render every little thing? Is this like too messy or is this line work good? There's like obviously like mistakes and stuff you want to kind of like filter out of the piece, but for the most part, I mean, I think a lot of it is just that it feels right, and you don't know when it feels right, and you know when it doesn't feel right, and then eventually it feels right, and you're like, okay, Cool. And then you do a last cursory check to make sure there wasn't anything lacking or wrong or incorrect. And then after that, yeah, it's why like when I posted this piece for Miwabel on Twitter yesterday, I didn't post this until yesterday evening, by the way, because I spent some time after the fact. I changed some things around here. I added some like lighting. I like highlighted some areas. I changed her lip color. I did a couple things after the fact. After I was completed on this picture, painting, sketch, whatever you want to call it, I walked away from it for a few hours, came back, and needed to change some things. So I never post a piece. I never finish a piece. I never hand a piece over the day it's done. I always wait for a bit to chill out and kind of let it go on cooldown. And sometimes people are like, hey man, you finished my project on stream today. Like, when are you going to send it tonight? I'm like, nope. I'm going to look at it in 2 days and make sure it's not trash. So, yeah, that's a really interesting like idea of how to gauge when a piece is done. Little smaller sketches like this are easier because there's sort of like a parameter to file into them.
Is looking amazing.
Thanks, bro. Appreciate it. Thanks, man. Thank you. Appreciate it. I'm glad you're liking it. Good to see Mr. Pixel. But yeah, when it's a simpler style or a simpler sort of like, yeah, sketch or whatever like this, it's kind of like, have I rendered everything out mostly to completion? Right? Is there... Oh my god, shut up. No one wants to hear you, Evan. Okay. Yeah, and it's fine. And there's little mistakes and little issues that I always take into consideration when I finish a piece, but I never point them out because it's kind of like a FedEx logo arrow. You never unsee it. And I find that there's two annoying things that happen when I point out problems or flaws in previous art pieces. One of two things happens. The first is people like can't enjoy the art piece because they just notice the problem. And I don't want to spoil my art for anybody, right? And the second problem is that one of the most obnoxious things that ever happens to me streaming, I found, is if I say like, oh yeah, I noticed this mistake and like I didn't fix this, but this is like where I went wrong in the last piece. And you see some fucking armchair gremlin adjusting their glasses and swirling their Mountain Dew, being like, ah, yes, I did notice that was a problem. I was wondering when you would catch up, Evan, to see the final issue, as if I have noticed it and was sparing you of my judgment. It's like, you didn't see it either, you chicken shit. Anyway, and so it's just annoying. So one of the two things is actually just really, you know, an issue. So I don't ever talk about the problems or flaws that I see, but like I see like 5 things in this that I'm not happy with, that I would do differently, that I would change for the next one. That's probably the learning and iterating and growing process. But sometimes you have to forgive yourself in the moment and say like, oh, I've completed this piece to whatever satisfactory level. But like this piece on stream, I didn't get her eyes right, and you'll see this actually. So I'll give you an example. I didn't get her eyes right. And you see as the piece goes, her eyes are too wide. The sketch didn't inform it. Maybe you can't really see because it's not super zoomed in, but she looks actually better zoomed out than zoomed in. But her eyes were too wide, too open, with the level of the eyebrows up versus the eyes open. It was the wrong expression. I wanted eyebrows up with eyes sort of more soft. So when you see the actual finished piece, you'll notice the eyelids are lowered, the eyes are softened. And that's something that I didn't catch during stream. So I finished the piece like here on stream, where it ends on the recording. And then boom, this is where I finished the piece after the fact. And so if I just posted the piece like this, I would have been very upset. If this is the final art and I didn't take time to go back and fix her expression off, then that would have just been not good. So that's one of the reasons why I always wait too, as well. Yeah, this one was different because I managed to sort of figure it all out during stream pretty well. And I kind of didn't really do any changes or additions at the end of it. But in general, it's really hard to know when a piece is done. It's really hard to know. It's not apparent to everyone when their art is finished, and some artists will fall down the trap of obsessing. You know, I think when an art piece is done, I personally wouldn't go back and touch it up at all later, ever, unless you have to submit it for something Like, let's just say that in some weird way you did a sketch for somebody and they're like, oh, I want to use that for my like official campaign thing. Can I buy the rights to use that for my Twitch stream or whatever? And you're like, oh shit, okay, let me like fix a couple things up and make sure it's like high enough res and whatnot, and you can kind of fix it. So Armchair Gremlin. Well, it happens all the time, Blue. So I mean, did when I sort of invited that. So I just like don't invite it anymore. So, but yeah, completion or doneness is like a very hard thing to decipher for myself and a lot of other artists. I think there's not really a good way of describing it. So I thought about these kind of questions. It's like, that's the kind of question an art student's going to ask me. When I have one of my little Peepo mentees during the summer or later in the year, when I actually open up mentorship as a thing that I do, I need to figure out how to answer those kind of questions for people. And I think that it's one of those things where it's like, is the answer of it's a gut feeling and you'll know when, like, you will know all Yoda style? Is that a satisfactory answer to an artist? And I don't know if it is. It might be. Maybe it has to be as well, because there isn't like a parameter that I can describe to a little baby art student that is trying to figure out when to abandon their work. You know? Take at least 2-3 days to mull a concept over before I decide it's done. Yeah, for sure, right? You call the Canadian Geese having a standoff. I keep having a standoff with a single one on my way from track. Oh, with a Canada Goose. Dude, I almost killed a flock of geese when I first got Yuna because they attacked her. I almost just like dude. That poor little puppy, she had a bad run with Canada Geese. We got some mean ones around us, particularly mean. You're not allowed to mess with them because they are like protected or whatever. But hey man, they come at you. As long as you wasn't doing nothing. You do what you gotta do. It's a wild world out there. It's a scout? Yeah, I guess. Right? Eyes are too wide. It was the wrong expression. I didn't catch until the fact. Me thinking that the eyes are on a magnum opus for I couldn't draw an eye. Even that. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Well, I don't know, but like it's uncanny, right? Like I think that when you look at a piece like, where was that piece? When you look at that piece of her, there's just something that doesn't quite feel right. And sometimes I don't catch it. Like the sketch looked really good, had the exact expression, and we're so good at detecting nuanced expressions. It's why the more simplistic the art style goes, the more wide the expression is. It's why with anime and cartoon and comic books, we get such exaggerated features in characters, because drawing nuance and realistic nuance and expressions is one of the most difficult things an artist will ever try and do. I'm not saying people are bad at it, that draw anime and stuff like this. I'm just saying it's more apparent and it's obvious and it's faster. So why does anime have the style it does, the simplification it does? Why does comic book? Why does all these things? Because when you're not doing illustration, you're just doing a single person or a single character or whatever, in a moment, and then you have to do another like 50 of those in frames. You want to simplify and make it as easy to read as possible. So big, pretty anime eyes with big, huge expressions, and you know, basically looking at emotes, right? Anime and emote drawing is like the same shit. These are all like very obvious, clear expressions of how we feel, because it's an over dramatization, a caricaturization of the emotion we're trying to communicate. But when you're trying to do something a little bit less stylized, I'm not saying I do realistic art, I'm definitely not anywhere close to that. I'm definitely not skilled enough to do that. But I do less stylization. So with the territory of less stylization comes with a lot of complexities. You know, a lot of complexities that you wouldn't necessarily think exist in art that slap you in the face, right? Like when I was doing this style of art, for example, in art school, not realistic, but not super cartoony, I was graded much harder and much lower than a lot of my classmates that chose easier, more simplistic styles, more cartoony, more expressive, more derivative, because the instructor would say like, oh, well, this is more clearly communicating the character's emotion versus you, Evan, you're struggling in the abyss of this thing. But one thing I never got credit for, or any of the other students that tried the difficult path that I tried and still try, we never got credit for doing something more difficult. So you see certain artists that have found a style and they love it, and they have had the same style since art school. They've never expanded. They've never grown out of that. They've never like changed. And for some artists, totally works for them. You know, Simon Roy's a good example. Simon Roy's art, He's a very well-known comic book artist whom I went to school with. Where the fuck was he? And people love his work, and I love his work. But he's had the same art style, basically, since I was in art school with him. This kind of very simple, sort of very awesome, but derivative, like, kind of style. He got graded incredibly well because he very clearly communicated within his style. Now you take the kind of work that I was producing in art school, I was pretty bad, but you know, me and the other concept art students were going for a more difficult style, a more realistic, a more rendered style, and we were basically punished for it. So it's one of those weird things that there's not really a better or worse way of doing it, but obviously when I'm trying to create a character, if there's a little bit of a thing off, a little bit of a nuance wrong with the eyes, if it doesn't quite read at a glance, there's something uncanny about it. You don't know what's wrong with it, but you know it's wrong. You know the expression is wrong. You know the character's face is wrong. And I get that sometimes. I do like I've abandoned pieces that I haven't gotten the facial feature right, and I'm like, I sit there struggling with it. I just can't get it. That is when I talk about a failure to like sketch piece, where I like spend sometimes like to arrive at a base sketch that I will show up to stream. Sometimes it's 20 minutes and sometimes it's 2 hours. I just have to sometimes like really throw myself at a sketch and I'm like, this isn't right. It's not working. This isn't working. It sucks. It sucks. It sucks. I don't know what to do about it. It's just not working. And it isn't until much later I walk away and I come back and I'm like, oh, you don't see an elevation in his cheeks. His cheeks aren't pushing his eyelids up. So the smile looks forced and flat. As opposed to like compressing. Because there's a compression that happens when you smile, and you can like squint through a smile, or you can raise your eyebrows into the smile. And then you get that nice arch in your face. So it's like, there's so many complex nuances and expressions that you just don't get right, every time. And it sucks and it's stressful and whatever, but you walk away and you come back, and more often than not, with fresh eyes, you will see it. So fighting the void to blend this piece, shrimping is the least of my concerns. Where'd you go to art school, if I may ask? I went to art school in Calgary, Alberta, in the city I was born in. I live close to Calgary right now, but I went to school at the Alberta College of Art and Design in Calgary, Alberta. And it was okay. It was fine, I guess. It's alright. One of the best schools in Canada for what I was doing. Very intense program. Very difficult to get into program. Very difficult to graduate program. Very intense workload. Cost versus what you get out of it, probably one of the higher ones.
This felt right, like knowing a painting is done. Even as the orb pulls us apart, the thread between us tightens.
Yeah, there you go.
Maybe it's madness. Either way, I'll be waiting with buckles and leather ready to spend the weekend turning you into art all over again.
Oh god.
Less than 3.
Okay. Thanks for the thanks for the tip. I appreciate it. Dark. Yeah. Thanks, dude. Not the orb? Yeah, you got 3 more hours in the orb, bro, and then it's gone. It's gone forever at this point in time, so. You gotta enjoy your orb while you have it. Gotta enjoy it while you got it. Because soon the orb will be gone forever. And then what will you all worship at that point? I know. It's a scary world out there, but we'll figure it out one way or another. We'll get there in the end. Alright. Like, there's also little things that I need to fix about this that I'm not going to try and tackle right now. There's a problem on this piece that I've looked at, like, several times today that I know I need to fix, and I will fix it, and probably no one will notice it. But it's very glaringly obvious to me. That's not necessarily an invitation to start telling me all the things you think is wrong with the piece. But it's one of those things that I'm like, I'm not going to try and negotiate that problem right now. Not while I'm on stream. And it's like, well, why? which is a valid question. People have often asked me why I don't try to do a lot of that problem solving on stream when a lot of artists do.
Stupid form reset the value. Dang technology. Back in my day.
God damn it. Thank you, Dark, for the 4. I appreciate that. It's very generous of you, Dark. I really appreciate it. Seriously. This piece clearly doesn't have enough orbs in it. It has like 7. What are you talking about? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, there's like yeah. What are you talking about? There's 7 orbs in here. Come on.
Yes, I see the SUMHM.
Mm-hmm.
It's right there, Kappa.
Yeah, it's right there. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. You know, I'm glad you saw it too. So it is the reason I don't try and negotiate a lot of these problems on stream. And artists will very like rightfully kind of not critique, but not complain, but just wish for that experience. Maybe like Evan, I really want to see you like how did you arrive at this hand? How did you arrive at this expression? How did you arrive at this sketch? Whatever it is, I want to see the process of iteration. For one, that process is pretty gross. Like, it's not an attractive process to sit there and try and maneuver like a hand in space, where you sit there and you're like, okay, so it's kind of here, and then it sort of starts bending here, but then this knuckle goes up, okay, so that finger's going to go over there, and then it's down, okay, cool, and then it's going to kind of curl back in here and whatever. And why does it look wrong? I don't fucking know, you know. And so it's going to like be like here for a while, and it's messy, and the construction lines are to inform me, not to communicate to anyone else, and so it's not going to look very good. And the issue is, if I'm ever trying to do something very difficult, so like the problem that I saw on stream today that I'm not going to solve on stream, if I really tried to solve it, I would have to go into the tank and really focus on it. And I'll be honest, that's not the kind of stream I want to have. I'm not calling out any art streamers. I'm not saying it's a bad way of having an art stream. I'm not saying it's a bad art. You're a bad streamer if you do that. But for me, I don't personally want to run a stream where I'm so intently focused on what I'm doing that I'm not hanging out, right? There's a lot of streams that I like to just sort of co-work with, and a lot of streams that I find a little bit difficult to stay awake during. So, yeah. The experience is exactly what happened to my husband and my sister-in-law, the art teacher, art school, treated the same way. I demoralized my husband, and my sis said, "Watch me." Yeah, I mean, that's funny. There's really no reward for that, like, difficult pursuit, you know? So. Should have 11 orbs. Oh, okay. All right. I see you. Vash Syndicate, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it, Vash. Yeah, lower lifts. Oh, I'm glad. Let me make sure I missed a lot of chat. I think I missed some chat. It's fine. I'm sorry. Don't abuse an idol for anyone. That sounds stressful and already stressed far too much. Yeah, that's right. You're not allowed to worship anybody that doesn't pay for a tier 3. I'm kidding. God, jeez, don't cancel me on Reddit again. Relax, bro. Okay, where do we want to go next? Where was I drawing? I'm starting to get ready to throw some mild highlighting on here, so I think we're going to start just moving into a bit of the next territory and completing things a little bit more. Remember, everything's kind of a moving progress bar for me when I'm finishing a piece like this, so I'm not really worried about one thing or another, getting one thing perfectly done, rendered, versus another thing. So, probably is exactly why a lot of my friends quit or never started streaming art. They couldn't figure out how to go into the tank and still have the stream watchable. Well, yeah, I mean, that's for me, Lemon, the answer is, like, don't go into the tank. Like, that's just stay out of the tank. If there's something I really need to figure out, perspective, anatomy, lighting, that's really stressing me out, I won't go into the tank on stream. I had to fix some proportions on this sketch from yesterday to today, and I knew that I had to fix them after stream, and I didn't fix them on stream. So if you watch the recording, you'll see it between the initial color, and then if you watch real carefully on the recording of this project, you'll see a moment where a couple things just like change a little bit, because I did it off stream. Because like, I don't want to figure out how to make this look better on stream while I'm like, you know, struggling around, and then it's like, because I'll have to abandon things all the time and say, I'm not figuring this out right now, I'll go and do it later. So if I spend 5 minutes in the tank and figuring something out and I don't figure it out, and I'm like, well, guess that was a waste of time, guys. Anyway, go back to drawing what we're doing. It feels very unsatisfying to me. And for me, the art is like a very small component of the stream, which is why I don't have like a ton of like the artist sort of like community in my stream. That's totally fine because, you know, I'm not necessarily tutorialing the whole time. I'm trying to be fairly chill and talk about stories and world building and gaming and have a more like diverse skill set of individuals interested in the nonsense that I do, if that makes sense. And so I just don't want to run that kind of stream for myself. I found those streams a little bit hard to watch for long periods of time, and I want my stream to be the kind of thing that you feel like you can come back to every day, and it's gonna be something a little bit different, you know, fun, whatever. It's like the idea of gameplay streamers don't go very far, you know, and there's like reasons for that. Unless you're like the absolute best at what you do. There's certain streamers that are very, very good at what they do art related, and so they get a lot of viewers without, in my opinion, being very interesting. But they're just at the top of their career. They're at the top of the ladder, and if you want to see the best artists working, then you go watch them. And I kind of want to figure out how to do both. So, yeah, Alpha Orbit is okay. Can stare into Evan's eyes uninterrupted now. There you go. No more ads for you, B-Town. No more ads for you. That's right. Tell Twitch to shove off. I don't want any more ads in my Twitch streams. Dude, I've had Twitch Turbo so long, I just forget what it's like to watch a stream without ads. Or with ads. It's awful sometimes. I do the long ad break once per hour as opposed to the like some streamers are like, bro, you should run like 30 seconds of ads every 10 minutes. I'm like, bro, no, please, God, no. That sounds even worse. 10 minutes or 30 seconds of ads every 10 minutes. Rather than just one little ad break here and there that you can kind of bounce for and then come back. Yeah, I'm good, thanks. I'm good. Yes, bogus. You have turbo and cancel it. If you watch a streamer that you are sub to, you still get turbo ad. A turbo ad, it's bullshit. Wait, really? You get a turbo? Weird. Yeah, I mean, I use Twitch enough that I just maintain a turbo sub. It's just worth it. But if you don't watch a ton of streams or a ton of streamers, if you watch like 3 people and you sub to those 3 people, that's like even better for them, you know? Good for you, good for them. Everybody's chilling. But if you ever scroll categories and stuff, I'll scroll a category every once in a while just to see what people are doing. I want to see what the artists at the bottom of the category that aren't getting the attention they deserve are doing. I want to see what the artists who are, you know, off in the ether, just starting out, are doing. That's what I want to see. So I scroll somewhat often. More often than I used to, which is kind of fun. Making a lot of new friends over in the art category over here. Saying hello, as it were. For better or worse, I guess. I've had some pretty funny experiences doing that. Some good, some real bad, but regardless, amusing. Every time the screen shrinks and a huge banner blocking my volume setting pops up for 5 minutes? What the fuck? Really? That's kind of awful, to be honest. Probably a bug. If there ever adds mid-activity on stream, it totally turns me off from it, unfortunately. Yeah, the real issue is, like, do you have pre-roll ads or do you have mid-roll ads? And unfortunately, pre-roll ads will kill you faster than mid-roll ads will. People are usually pretty understanding about mid-rolls, but people do not tolerate pre-rolls at all, even though neither is ideal. So it's a which curse do you want to kiss kind of thing. I just have a couple streams that I actually watch. If none of them are on, I'm just browsing for like a Twitch drop or background noise, and I use my ad blocker. That's fair, yeah. I didn't think that still worked. I thought that ad blocker like did not work on Twitch anymore. I thought that they like nerfed it or nuked it or whatever a while back. We were like mad about that for a week. I guess they might have fixed it. I could do encounter rebalancing that I should be doing right now. Encounter rebalancing? Who needs to rebalance encounters when you can just do it in the middle of your game? Oh shit, that thing's too big. I'm gonna nerf its hit points by 80%. You know? Hot tubs is where I was at. Oh, is it? Yeah, not much of a hot tub Twitch viewer, so I don't really know what's going on over there. If I was gonna be a hot tub enjoyer, I'd just go to steak. So you watch Twitch much aside from friends, but the one time I decided to scroll, I found you, so I think it's worth just to scroll sometimes. Dude, poet, I appreciate that. Yeah, it's fun. It's like finding little gems, you know? Because I'm probably not pretty high up in the art category. You have to probably scroll a little bit to find me. So there's that. Prism Blocker, the one I use, still works. Oh, okay, fair enough. Pre-rolls make no sense. Never gonna watch that unless I'm physically here for said streamer. Yes, pre-rolls are... Oh, man, who thought that was a good idea, Twitch? Mm-hmm. Yeah, thanks for that idea, Twitch. Appreciate it. Focus. Shoot you. Shoot you. You'd add more HP? Oh no. Your encounter was too soft? Your players are too good? Well, good luck, I guess. Good luck, I guess. Yep. Balancing encounters for the adventure is like really hard. I mean, I even put a caveat in so fast in the adventure that says something along the lines of encounters are very difficult to balance, especially for group size. So please use your discretion and rebalance things as you need to, like adding in HP, subtracting it, adding in more minions, subtracting them, however you think is best for the game. At the end of the day, the adventure can't perfectly predict everything a player or group is going to use. So for the most exciting game, please adjust combat to be the most fulfilling for your group. Whether it's just performative or whether it's like actually like very challenging, just kind of, you know, adjust as you feel like you need. So back to work. Talk to you later. All right, Mr. Pixel. Good luck, my friend. Good luck. Have fun. GLHF DDKA, as we said in 1998. Scrolling for a while and opened a bunch of tabs. When I opened your tab and heard you talking about D&D while seeing your awesome art style, I know I had to say, oh man, I'm so honored. Yeah. Buzz likes to paint miniatures for Warhammer and D&D. With him being colorblind, I have to help him with colors, but once he gets the scheme, he's good to go. Until I get the focus sync, because he does that. However, the focus sync totally pays off. But I get what you mean about not making that kind of stream, because that's not as engaging for many people. Yeah, it's also not engaging for me, you know. And I like to come to stream to like talk about ideas and stuff and whatnot. It's more fun for me rather than just like hours of grindy sort of, you know, focused whatever. Players really up their game this campaign. I've had to increase the difficulty. That's cool. Are they power gaming yet, or are they just kind of thinking about their classes a little bit deeper? Balancing is wild, group dependent. Some groups are just smart and strategizing, asking for specific items, etc. Others focus on other parts of the game. Yeah, that's a good point. Some players love the combat side of things. Some players, like when I was playing my one-on-one game with Fishy, who was another streamer friend of mine. Last year I played a one-on-one D&D game with her for a little while, which was really fun. I really enjoyed that for a couple of weeks until she got a real job. We were playing a one-on-one D&D game that was very narrative, so combat was more performative. It was more dramatic and kind of fun and whatever, but it wasn't like some serious sort of threat to whatever. Threat to her character or anything like that. She just very much wanted a you know, fun story narrative focused game as opposed to really challenging combat or anything like that. So combat was very, very performative for that game, as opposed to in like don't know. My Star Wars game I ran for a long time. Combat was very much a tactical mini game the players would play every so often that they really liked going deep on. They loved when there was combat for an entire week. Entire session was just combat. They love that shit. Probably because I spread it out too, so it wasn't like overwhelming. I like to think anyway. Yeah. But as far as my new like next campaign I'm doing with Ella, it's gonna be mostly narrative with some challenging combat in there. But obviously it's harder to run combat challengingly with one person and a couple of NPCs. Unless Ella's gonna take control of all the NPCs, which she might do. She might have her party character sheets or whatever and just take full control of the entire party. So we watch a couple of streamers, but I don't have a lot of extra money to sub to people. Yeah, it's totally fine. Watching a stream with ads is still better than not watching it at all, I guess. No, I mean, it's appreciated. Like here's the thing. Punky Pie, presence is so valuable. So for instance, one of my great goals on Twitch is if I could ever hit Twitch Partner. When you hit Twitch Partner, a lot of things open up for you. A lot of doors open up for you. You get an easier access to better monetization tools. So you can make more from Twitch without having to ask your community to support you. You get more emote slots. You get a much better bit rate for things. Getting a Twitch partnership is huge. Okay. How do you get Twitch partnership? You achieve a certain viewership, 75 average viewers for a whole month. So do you know the kind of life-changing power it would be if like 30 or 40 extra people decided to watch my stream for like, I don't know, 15 days? I have no idea. I don't want to know what my numbers are, by the way. I don't know how close or far away I am for that. So simply being here, or if you're lurking, muting the tab and not the stream, Twitch still counts you as a viewer. If you're not listening to the stream, but you mute the tab and you don't mute the stream, Twitch considers you a viewer, right? Things like that are massively helpful to streamers, right? Being higher up in the category makes people see you more often. So no, presence itself, regardless of if you're watching ads or if you're just using an ad blocker or if you're subbing or not subbing or anything like that, just simply being at the stream is so unbelievably helpful and supportive. So it really is like you can kind of do the largest lion's share of support by just like hanging out and being cool, talking in chat, relaxing, having a great time, hopefully. Yeah. No, never worry about if you can't support a stream, like, you know, with subs or anything like that, if you're watching ads or not or whatever. It's just if you're here and just chilling, that's huge, dude. That's so huge. Right? If I thought I could do a partner push, I absolutely would. If I thought I could rally the Dragon's Claim for like April, May or whatever to like come to the stream or whatever every day and really help me sort of like get into that partner kind of category. Again, I don't know how close or far I am away from that. I absolutely would. I just don't think that if I like made the call or made the ask, I don't think that it would go over well. You know, I think I'm still too small of a streamer for that to happen. But one day, maybe, it'd be a dream. Get so much more access to better tools and stuff for Twitch. Stream would improve drastically. So no, simple presence is like very, very powerful. So Saturday's group chose combat more often than I feared they would. Never know what you're gonna get. We had 5 different combat encounters that didn't have to be combat encounters, but they charge right in. That is kind of funny when that's your like group's default, where it's just well boys, what do we do here? There's 3 town guards. They all look sleepy. There's 2 barrels of ale over there. There's a gardener and a hound and a crack in the wall. I know. Let's attack and kill the guards. That's how we get into the keep. Not always murder hobos, but still sometimes very enthusiastic about the the aspect of the game that revolves around just charging in and setting fire to the entire thing. So, yep. Preparing my fit for D&D Friday. So far, I've got cargo pants and the cloak, maybe even gauntlets. Damn. God damn. Yo, hold up. Hold up. That drip, though, right? That's cool. Greaser tried getting partner for ages, never got it. Yeah, I mean, it happens when it happens. If it happens when you're worthy of it, I suppose. Can't force your way into it. If I ever, that's why I'm not super concerned about it, because if I like every year that goes by that I didn't get partner on Twitch, where I have a Twitch anniversary, I consider myself unworthy for it, and I need to do better. I need to do better to like earn the viewership and earn people's, you know, subs and whatever else, and you can't blame anyone but yourself, I think, in that time. So I really try and figure out exactly how to make a better stream for myself and everyone watching and have a better time. And if it happens, it happens, and if it doesn't, well, it doesn't really interrupt or change my goals. Be very nice, but ultimately it doesn't change how I'm going to build Eldara. It doesn't change how I'm going to build, you know, my art career. It doesn't change much at all. So, crazy Artificer drip. Actually, yeah, that's right. Shit, you're right about that. Yeah, Artificers would wear cargo pants, wouldn't they? Players recently helped end a centuries-long beef between dwarves and fire giants. That sounds cool as shit. How much combat did they deal with, or was it all RP? It's a whole subplot that they would get, they never got to because they didn't stop to talk when I thought they would. Interesting. Interesting. See, a little bit of highlighting here and there just kind of changes things, right? Just really changes up what's going on. Like, you look at the top versus the pants, which are the same material, and you look at the difference in them just with a little bit of highlighting versus the midtones and shadows and stuff kind of rendered and painted in a little bit, which again, you're painting around line work, so it's like not really painting in the traditional way that you'd like learn that shit, so it's a little abstract as to how the process goes anyway, you know, or whatever. And there's certain areas that I just haven't painted whatsoever, like in here, this you know, piece of metal on her rib cage or whatever, the rib cage armor, just to prevent her from getting, you know, specific rib cage injuries on the sides for whatever reason. Look, man, try my best, bro. There's some of those nice juicy highlights. Still trying to keep the saturation more balanced, even though obviously her skin tone is very warm. It makes the entire piece look more saturated. Trying to keep it all fairly balanced for now. Then hopefully at the end it's like much easier to kind of shove it into the frame, really brighten things up, just like with her hair, you know. There's this like very careful sort of like highlighting process to not push anything too fast, and to certainly not like go brighter and saturated and stuff, even though there's going to be some areas of highlight that are really going to try and, you know, emphasize the dark color of her hair by showing some of the reflection color of the light. So, spooky artist things. We'll see if they look good. There's also like barely, if any, highlights on her skin, because I find that those skin highlights are things that are really best fit and suited for later in the process when you're like much closer to being finished. It's like there's a certain satisfying last step of those highlights. Oh, I gotta fix the got some line work that's still not colored properly. I remember how I got distracted when I was doing the line work on her skin. What could have possibly happened in this stream where I would have gotten distracted from a goal midway through, right? Could you imagine? try stuff and see how it looks real quick. Should I send a pic in Discord of yourself? Probably not. Yeah, posting pics, IRL selfies in Discord's probably a bad idea. Yeah. Unless you are a public person with a public presence and you have a public facing whatever, like another streamer or anything like that, probably best to avoid that. Would be my advice. Just want to post the clothing lined up. That's probably fine. They dealt with some combat in the arc, but none of it was essential at the core arc. Mystery Jolteon, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome in. They threw down with some foes when retrieving some ancient rites necessary to fix the holy site. It was central to the conflict between the two societies, but resolving the conflict came down to some extremely good RP and political strategy. That's cool as shit. I love that. That's the players going deep on the game. Bro, how do I still have a cough? Almost 4 months after having COVID. Holy. I've hit my mute button more in the last 4 months than I did in the last 5 years. God damn. Considering posting some Ren Fair pics with my face blurred to show off my fit. Well, it's yeah, I guess there's a default rule that if you're gonna post pics or whatever, that's totally fine. Please make sure you're over the age of 18 and you're okay with your public. You know, if you look under the age of 18, look it. And you post a picture of yourself IRL, a mod's gonna ban you immediately. Ban you from the Discord, ban you from the Twitch channel. Like, that's bad juju. Like, to protect you. So yeah, like if you want to flex the fit and you don't mind and whatever, that's totally fair. But I'm just offering some you know, advice as far as posting your likeness on the internet. Some people are okay with it. It's pretty chill. It's whatever. There's no rule against it or whatever in Discord. I'm just saying, you know, be very certain that you're okay with it. And then after that, have fun, go nuts, do whatever you want. I know some Discords I've been in have had like a selfie of the day challenge, which is like really sweet and like kind of cool, I guess, but also is a little bit, there's issues. I won't get into specifics, but it's not all obvious that it's a good thing. And there's little things to repair, like these little sort of overlappings of bad selections once in a while. They're just very small little things that I didn't necessarily see or not see early on in the process, but it's just now that I kind of notice it, I have to like repair it. And going through, I could search for it. Kind of like when I was searching for that name in Discord, and I missed it like 3 times. You just say, April 4th, dumbass. I said, okay, you know, you miss this shit if you don't really go deep on it. If you don't focus up really hard. Kind of at a point where I think I might just smash this all into one layer almost. Long COVID go burp? I don't know. I mean, is this long COVID? Dude, I got COVID the weekend or the week after Christmas. So I made the mistake of going to a family gathering. I am sitting out of every family gathering for the rest of my life now because after that. So we got COVID and it wasn't too bad. It was pretty awful for like a week, but got better. It's also really funny that I still had COVID when I decided that on January 1st, I'm not a big New Year's resolution person, but I like them. I think it's good. Like, it's a good reset point. Birthdays New Year's seasons, reset points are very powerful. And I don't think there's people that are like, oh God, if you have a New Year's resolution, you're such a weird like loser because like why do you need to New Year's? So it's like, shut up, you know. If somebody wants to build a reset point in on a New Year's day or whatever, or a birthday, let them. And so I said for 2025, I didn't want to miss a stream. I wanted to stream extra long. I wanted to stream extra days. And so I decided to double my streaming hours the same week I got COVID. It's like, oh my God, that was such a challenge to get through. Holy. But I did it. I just I still have like a bit of a cough. I don't know why. I don't know what to do. I feel like my energy's basically returned back to normal. I hope. It'd be cool if it wasn't. If I was like producing this much work and like working out every day, well, 5 days a week, working out 5 days a week, get my steps in, doing all that stuff. If I was doing this at a muted or like nerfed energy, that'd be rad. Because then when I fix that shit, I'd be Superman. You know, of the old internet where you never do that sort of stuff. Yeah, I mean, it's different. Like, it is obviously different when you're streaming because, like, I'm also of that era, Taco, of like early internet. But obviously, like, I want, like, I'm gonna have a public-facing career, and if my public-facing career does well, then obviously people are gonna know who I am. For the most part, I think it's easier to connect with people than it is to connect with like names on Twitter and an avatar as well. Who knows? Who knows? Okay, where do we want to go next? I feel like I haven't paid nearly enough attention to the metallic parts that I started on. I kind of did them and then just like wandered away from it for the, you know, the next little bit. Maybe a different brush. Maybe soften some of these edges, these textures, just a little bit. Just a smidge. Some really bad scandals with selfie of the day type stuff that I remember from early YouTube, etc. Yeah, it seems like a bad idea. Unless you have age verification somehow in your Discord, which I think is like almost impossible to do. That kind of thing probably doesn't ever work. You know what I mean? Ad hit? Oh no.
An anonymous user gifted a tier 1 sub to Taco Force 157.
God damn it. Oh, this anonymous user. Shit. Well, thank you, whoever you are. God damn it. Thank you for the gifted sub to Taco. Appreciate that, bro. Appreciate it. Thanks for the sub. Thanks for support. Thanks for saving a member of the Dragon's Claim from, you know, ad hell. Parents also hit the level in this campaign where I'm starting to give my very rare magic items, which are so much fun to design. Oh yeah, deep magic items are really dope. They're fun, dude, to design, to create, to see your players use, that change the way they fight, change the way they do things, play the character, however it is. Yeah, that's great. That's really awesome. Definitely a fan of that shit. Ooh, yeah. That's over here, so head up, have a good stream, everyone. Katzen, be good. Take care of yourself. I'll see you later, my friend. Thanks for chilling today. I really appreciate it. What a nice time we had. Yeah, these little like changes in the hues and stuff like that in the metal just kind of helps with things. I don't really know exactly how, but having metal reflecting a little bit of like implied light from somewhere else. Same theory as when we're painting orbs. Just how the old orb thing started. What's the most unique magic items you made for your players? Ooh, you know my favorite one? I can show you. If you go to the guild hall, I'm not sure if they're all in here, but if you go to the subsection which you have access to, Lemon, and you go to the library, and you scroll up in the library, you'll find some magic items. All right, these are magic items I do for Patreon and Discord. So like Ashan, Great Blade of the Keeper. You have +3 bonus on attack rolls. You deal 2d extra 2d6 astral damage. +1 on all your defenses. Pretty crazy shit, right? Powerful stuff for high level characters. But one of my favorite was called Azathran's Legacy, and also the staff of the Starkeeper staff. These are probably two of my favorites. So Azathran's Legacy. +2 weapon. Once per long rest, as an action, you may summon the Fury of Azathran, the Molten Terror. Flames erupt from the blade, dealing fire damage equal to your current missing HP to all creatures in a 30-foot radius. DC 13 dex save. So that's friend and foe, by the way. Missing HP. If you're on 1 HP and you have 100 HP pool, you know, let's see it. Go have some fun. Then also when you hold this weapon, your eyes glow burning orange and your speech is matched by the sound of Azathran's terrible voice. The blade grants you Azathran's command over the earth, allowing you to cut through stone and earth, leaving a molten scar behind. That's a fun one. And then this was probably my most stupid magic item that I'm the most fond of, but it is the Starkeeper staff. This is the one people didn't like. People didn't like this one. You actually no. People either loved it or hated it. No in between. So it's a legendary weapon that could only be attuned to by sorcerers, warlocks, wizards, or astral sages, not druids, which maybe I should add. The staff can be wielded as a quarterstaff, whatever. When you tune the weapon, your eyes go pale blue and you gain dark vision. I understand. So up to 3 times per day, as an action, you may invoke the Star's Fury. So you can do this 3 times a day. Up to 1 D100 creatures within 100 feet. So you roll the D100 and you can target that many creatures. 120 feet of you must make a dexterity saving throw. On a failed save, the creature takes 4d8 plus 4 force damage from falling star shards. May only be used outside with an unobstructed view of the sky. So you can either basically rain star shards down on everything around you, up to 100 targets if you roll right, or one creature within 120 feet of you must make a dexterity saving throw. On a failed save, they take 1d100 plus 15 force damage from a greater falling star shard. So you can also do 1d100 damage to something. And on a 100, basically an ultra crit, the shard explodes, causing creatures within 20 feet of the target to take the same amount of damage. So if you roll if you roll 100 on the D100, then everything within that area takes in 20 feet around it takes 100 damage. So obviously it's not balanced. Obviously it's stupid. But I find that in players that have used this weapon, it's been very fun. It's been very successful. People who have used this weapon have had a lot of hilarious stories with it. Nothing's ever been unmatched in power, because you could use that. It's like 30 damage and you're like level 17. It's like, oh, well, you know, oh, well. So yeah, there's a couple in there that are pretty cool. This is also where my tokens are. The one that I found people from stream and from chat have said they have had the most fun with is actually this one, the Reaper's Curse. This was really fun to hear people talk about how they use it in their game. So each dawn the card is in your possession. You reduce your maximum hit points by 1. Upon removal of the curse and or the card each consecutive day, you increase your hit points back by 1. Perception and investigation checks made to locate this item are made with disadvantage. So the way you'd use it is you would say like, hey man, make a perception check. And like your player's like, okay. And they fail the stealth check or the sleight of hand check. So you have some rogue like place it in your player's bag. Right? And at that point, the card does not want to be found. So it's like the next day, you're like, okay, the next dawn, hey, Jeremy, your HP, max HP goes down by 1. It's like, what? Why? Like, you don't know. You just feel a little bit fatigued. Your max HP goes down by 1. I'm like, what the fuck? And then it keeps happening every day until the player is just like, what is, okay, do I have any like marks or a curse? Am I whatever? Is there evil? Is there something? You know, I'm gonna look through my stuff. And at that point you're like, okay, yeah, do a perception or an investigation check for your stuff. And at that point they're made with disadvantage to find the card. So you might know as the player that then there's something that you're getting disadvantage to find. And so all you have to do is every day you have to hope for the best. You have to roll, try and find the card every day. And and make that with disadvantage, because the card, much like the One Ring wove fate to be found by dark forces. The Reaper's Curse wants to not be found. So this was the most fun to hear how players and DMs handled this. From when I dropped this card, I think it was on Halloween. Over the coming months, I heard all sorts of nonsense and shenanigans happening from D&D games. So yeah, that was fun as shit. Those were good. What's up, Shatter? Staff of nuking villages. Yep. Nuking everything at this point. So, favorite homebrew item made my players. Coming up to this is Strun Genze. All right. A +2 Messier sword that has 2 abilities: the Grounding Strike, which makes the weapon deal additional 2d6 lightning damage to a prone target, and has a once per day casting of Lightning Bolt. That's cool. I love that. Things that give like a cast of a spell like that are really fun. You just have your poor little fighter there hurling lightning bolts once in a while. Why? Because they can, you know? Cards are very interesting. Might use it to torture my players. So what I actually heard somebody do, which is really fun, is they printed out the card. So they asked me for the card not in perspective. So they asked me for the physical. Oh no, you know what it was? No. It was a patron. It was a patron. So somebody that got the physical magic item card. Because I make these cards as physical magic item cards, right? Little, like, you know, Magic the Gathering size item cards. And so on here you see that there's two sides, like the text and the picture. On the physical cards, the picture's on the front, the text is on the back, what the card does, so you can give it to your players physically. And what they did is they slipped the physical card into their players, one of the players' bags or whatever, like their D&D bag. Yeah, they did that. So they put the physical item, and the player kept getting reduced hit points until the next week he showed up and said, "What the fuck is this?" That was awesome. I forget who it was, but it lasted for like 3 or 4 weeks worth of D&D, which was like almost a month of in-game time. And so you have this player with a max HP reduced by like 30, you know, and then on the 4th week, the dude comes all mad to D&D. It's like, what the hell is this? Someone's like, it actually working as intended. I have the dude. Wait, maybe I have one of those cards. Hold up, I think I might have it actually. I have a bunch of them, good to go and ready. I don't know if I have any of the physical cards though, anymore. Of that one in particular, I had like a whole box. I'm opening up the closet of holding, bro. Wish me luck. Yeah, I think it's dead. Oh wait, hold on. I found it. Yeah. All right, check it out. It's been found in the closet holding. So this is some of the old. I think this is the right box. This is some of the old. Oh, someone get knocked by their revolt. I don't know who that was, but oh no, Poet, you know the risks in revolting. So yeah, so these are past Patreon rewards that I've sent out, and so I try and keep at least some of every Patreon reward that I send, and so this is an example of, are these all Starkeeper? Oh shit, these are all Starkeeper staffs. So these are all Starkeeper's staves. So that's the front, and that's the back, for reference. So this is one of the things that I send people every month with their like physical Patreon rewards, is the actual magic item. I wonder if I have any of the Reaper's Curses in here. Occasionally I'll do like giveaways for these cards as well, for people that want silly magic item cards from stream or whatever. It's just, I don't know. Leave me alone. I like sending my dumb cards out to people. It's fun. Okay, I wonder if I have any the Reaper's Curse cards in here, because this is all. Oh, you know, okay, this is super cool. This is really cool. Check this. Oh god, I don't want to roll over anything. This is ancient. This is actually, you know what's crazy? This is the first this is the very first Astral Sage, the very first one that I ever did, the very first Patreon. Like back in the day. Oops, hold on. So it was the Astral Sage, and then also the Blade of the Star Watcher. This is like original test prints of those. This is ancient Evanblur art lore. But I did see in here, actually. Aha! So check this shit out. This is a full... This is really cool. This is a full uncut sheet of the Reaper's Curse cards. So I'd cut this into 9 by hand, because the card stock is very, like, this is the stuff that I make my prints with. Like, if you're wondering why my prints are expensive on my print store, it's because I use like gallery grade, like 300 GSM cotton rag, very expensive, very fine art printing paper to print my prints on. I don't do like poster paper and shit like that. But I also use that for all the Magic item cards because they've got the same sort of density as card stock for Magic cards. So I'll cut these out, but this is an uncut sheet. So imagine you get one of these just cut out in your bag that you find. So your character's been like slowly losing hit points over the last month and you don't know why. And then you find this death card called the Reaper's Curse just chilling in your D&D bag. That's hilarious. I'm so glad somebody did that. But look at this, man. There's like, this is like ancient legacy stuff. This was the very first print that I did for Patreon. Some of the maps. Hold on, is those stickers? Oh yeah, uncut stickers. Wow, dude. Uncut sheets of early Magic item cards. The Yarnvesh Spellsword. Narya of Ithra-Thari. This is totally like a trip for me for seeing all the Patreon stuff that I used to. That I did in the past. Still do, by the way. But yeah, man, this is like really special stuff. Really important. I should really have it organized better in like a, you know, a better thing than just a box of printer paper repurposed to store things. Like here was an idea for yeah, this is so cool. So this is actually a relic. This right here is the first Magic item card test print I ever did. And so it's double-sided. It's just got the same thing on both sides. But it is called the Pepega Blade. I don't think this art exists anymore. And this is the only copy that ever exists of the Pepega Blade. Oh, I can't remember how to figure that out. This is a one-of-a-kind, one-of-one, ancient pre-Patreon Eldara first Magic item, and I totally forgot this thing existed, excuse me. That's pretty funny. Anyway. How much the Pepega Blade? Not for sale. The Pepega Blade is a sacred relic of my art journey. 101 broke the mold, right? 101 broke the mold, snapped it in half, deleted the information, purged the servers. So for instance, like this month's Patreon is going to be for April. I can't find it. I made a physical print of it. But this month's Patreon reward for April, because I started it back up, is going to be the portal painting. So if you're curious as to what Patreon looks like now for the prints and stuff, this is the one for this month, is the portal, which is really cool. So I'm going to be sending those out on Friday or Monday, one of the two. I don't know which. With the other April mail. So it's fun, man. It's fun doing these Magic item cards and stuff. You stickers, I'd buy them so hard. I do have stickers. I have a lot of stickers, bro. Like, I make them available. Wait, what? I make them available on my website after I do them for Patreon, but each month the stickers are, I do these like travel, I do various different stickers, but for the last little while I've been doing travel stickers. It's like this one. This is pretty cool. Voyage to Northmark. So they're all travel stickers from around Eldara for different places. You know, you got the keeps of Stonemark or of Northmark, of the Stonegrad and the other worlds. And then also the stamps are really popular. These are really fun too. These always do particularly well at conventions, I find, which is really funny to me that anybody wants a silly little sticker. But hey, man, there's an orb sticker. See Ashasari. I should have more, don't I? Weird. I think there's some that aren't up here. I don't know why. But yeah, whenever I do like a new landscape, I will typically do it as a stamp as well. They're really fun. I really enjoy this part of like the print store is not something that I like survive off of. It's not like a massive, you know, monetization structure for me. And that's fine. It's like fun, I guess. It's like a hobby, you could say, maintaining the print store. Oh, that's should be what happened there? We gotta fix that one. So alright, sorry. Monologuing about shit nobody cares about. Crumb stickers, yep.
Odd Entities gifted a tier 1 sub to Simply Tyler _.
Thanks, bro. Appreciate it. Thanks for the gifted sub. Thanks for bringing someone into the crew and saying, hey, no more ads for you, my friend. That's very, very kind of you. Thanks, Entities. Appreciate you. Damn, bro. What an entity. Thanks for gifted sub, dude. Seriously, it means a lot. We should have this kind of stuff back when I was playing TTRPGs. That's a compliment right there. Damn, I appreciate that. Legendary I'm excited for my players to find is the Plate of Terra Primus. Can we read this? Interesting. I like that idea of like instilling some knowledge in a player. You know, like a language or whatever. You really get a sense of like you have an item of legacy and power if it does that. This item will grant you gifts of great knowledge and whatever else, man. It's pretty cool. Now I'm off the funny number of gifted subs. Oh, man. Thank you, dude. I appreciate it. Seriously. Seriously. It's extraordinarily kind of you. Just wisp some of this teal in here. Gentle wisps of teal, as they say. Then we're going to do our big... I'm going to see what a big blue glowy line looks like right now. We'll do a little bit of a glow. And a small sliver of white. Get that lightsaber effect. I don't know if that works with the line work. I gotta figure out how to do that with the line work. Maybe I have to paint it in. Because the line work itself just looks fine with the blue in it. Problem solve that. Try some things today. See what works. See what doesn't. As always, right? It's kind of the theme of things is to be consistently trying to figure out what the better way of painting something is. Oh yeah, I started my first like speed painting yesterday. I had my first one in a long time. Felt really good. Honestly, there's like a lot of that old knowledge of painting that I have that comes out of kind of the back of my brain. It's like the neuron gets like convinced to activate. And I like sort of restore an ancient method of my brain to, you know, paint some old shit that I haven't done in years. It's pretty cool. It's a satisfying process to see that like a skill or something like that, there's still like a basis for it, even if the skill is unpracticed and rusty. It's really satisfying to see that. Really, really uplifting or optimistic, you know? You're like, damn, dude, maybe I can do it. Only 350 more subs to give until another funny number. Damn, dude. That's a lot of subs. Yeah, I don't know about that. Yeah, that's a ton, bro. That's like Alf and Cat numbers. It's like a Durian numbers. Holy shit, Jesus. Dude, why does anybody even support this nonsense? This silliness? Yeah, I like that. That's good shit. That's good shit. I have to resist the urge to color in the line work. I do it occasionally. Maybe I have to do it with the lighter colors like the blues. I have to do that with. I don't want to go crazy, so I'm going to just try a little bit and see if I like it. Because sometimes the blacks are a little heavy-handed on certain colors. Like that's, I was talking about skin tones. Doesn't really work. Maybe it harmonizes everything underneath the color. That always has that kind of black, brown sort of tone to it. It's kind of nice, but I just don't know if it like works for the whole thing. It is an unreal pain in the ass to do for the whole project, but for a couple things here and there, it's probably fine. It's like maybe not using it as a rule of saying like, oh, I will take every piece of blue or light color or whatever and color in the line work for it. But it's like maybe a rule worth having to say, I will take all the light colors where it feels right and I will color those in the line work at least. That could also very well be the way of doing it. Yeah, it's not bad. I mean, let's try here. Let me just grab the old color and see if it looks good or not. So that's with, that's without. Doesn't change it too much. Certain areas, maybe the blues and maybe the golds, because I did that with gold occasionally and it was okay. When I colored in the line work like that. Yeah, why not? Try some stuff where it's necessary, where it works, where it helps. But obviously not setting any rules for it. I mean, in general, just generating rules for the way you sketch things is like kind of a losing battle, no matter what. Because obviously you're going to have a mixture of like instances where it helps and instances where it's not so useful. Right? At least that's the theory anyway. So like here, muting some of that line work is good. It's not textural line work. So it just sort of like barely appears and it's kind of faded. That's helpful. There's so much nuance in doing these painted in color. So many difficult little challenges to figure out. Little ribbon abilities like adding languages or siege damage. Yeah, that's cool. I'm a big fan of that. Definitely helps the vibe of the item. It's nice when an item comes with some like narrative aspect to it. So like that one where it's the fire damage weapon, Azathan's Legacy. In my own game, I gave my players also, they basically had like a spirit guardian of this like ancient dragon, Azathan. They could sort of call on. Not that he would do anything, but he would just tell them shit. And not willingly, they'd have to like subjugate his will. They'd have to like overpower him. And force him to tell him something, basically go digging through his mind, because this was not a nice dragon. Most dragons in my game aren't nice. I think dragons are very well crafted as villains for a reason. In historical storytelling, they represent an apex predator. They're an almighty villain that guards the treasure or whatever. And it's nice to sort of like kind of like dance with those tropes a little bit, so that when you do have dragons that kind of break the mold, they break a mold, not are part of the norm. Not that I'm saying that that's not a good way of handling if that's the way you handle your dragons, but it's just the way that I find is really compelling to handle mine. The way D&D doesn't. Not sure throwing me off motor pendant and chain, like it's not sitting on her body like it would. It's great though. Well, I mean, it's not like painted in at all, so it doesn't have any depth to it. And it's like weirdly interacting with her cloak and stuff. Like you'll notice this is just as flat color, and it's like messy with the line work. So that's one of the things, like the gloves and the belts and stuff, that I haven't even touched. I haven't even like attempted yet. Just been busy about bigger meta details. So yeah, I agree. Does look off. I thought you said seizure damage. Yeah, that's the
other realms would squander our most precious
Nick,
resource.
what the fuck?
That won't do.
Nick, wait,
What does
what?
this button do?
Dude, dude, what the Nick, what are you doing? What the, dude, what the shit, man? What do you mean 10,000 bits? What the, where did you, what the fuck, dude? My God, wait, what? Did that just fucking happen? Like, what the hell, man? Are you serious? Well, congratulations on your golden crumb. Holy shit, dude. What? Why? I don't get it. Why? I'm so confused. I mean, thank you for the 10,000 bits. Good God, man. Holy shit. Yeah, I haven't stopped working. Well, yeah, poet. That's a substantial amount of bits. Oh, God. That's like... Okay. Damn it, I said we'd get distracted today. Fuck. Nick, bro, what are you doing, man? That's... Thank you for 10,000 bits. My voice stopped working. Oh God. Holy shit. Jesus.
Mirrors.
I will not be outdone. I will.
Stop it.
Fight me, Nick.
Stop it. No, there's not. Oh my God, dude. Dark, what the hell, man? Nick, Dark, what are you guys doing? I don't understand, man. What? What the fuck? Thank you for the 100 tip and the 10,000 bits. Good God, guys, chill, man. I'm just, what the fuck? Okay. I'm okay. I'm centered. I'm good. And it's the rare alert. Of course, it's always that alert. Thank you, Pixie, for the 100 bits. And it's just automatic snap of the fingers. Level 5 hype train. God damn it, guys. What? Chill. Jesus, that's a lot, man. Holy shit. Thank you guys, both of y'all. Thank you, Pixie, as well. I also have your Patreon. Oh man, thanks, dude. Appreciate it. God, seriously, guys, I'm just happy you're at my stream. You don't have to be throwing that kind of support around. I just fuck, man. Holy shit. Thank you. Good God. Well, Nick, you are now a golden crumb holder. Congratulations. Congratulations, my friend. Enjoy your emote for whatever nefarious things you will do with that emote, like posting it in Minnie's chat or some shit. I don't know. Thank you, man. I appreciate it, guys. I appreciate it. The support. It goes further than you know. It goes an insane degree, actually, further than you know. So, thanks for helping me build Eldara. It really means a lot. So, I hope I can build something that is worthy of that level of support. So, holy shit, man. don't know what to say. That's just unreal. Thank you. I mean, what can I say besides just thank you and then trying to get unflustered immediately? Okay. I'm good. All right. I'm good. Wait, I'm not good. I just screwed that up. Okay. God damn, bro. I was not used to that. You don't get used to that, man. You don't get used to that shit. So, and thank you, Dark, for the gift and sub. I appreciate that. That's very, very kind. Watching Bish and Cash and subs getting thrown violently at is one of my favorite spectator sports. Yes, Atari, that is what we call...
Sadly, you arrive in the midst of a violent
Nick,
rebellion.
dude, what are you
Our
doing,
resources
man?
are stretched perilously thin.
What the fuck?
Ivanbl silver crumb Ivanbl gold crumb. This is rab equals NK6 orb bright.
Yes, okay, yes, the orb. Yes, you'll find an orb in Horizon now. Oh my god. Dude, holy shit. The fuck, man? Look at the 5,000 bits. I appreciate that. Oh god. All right, Nick. Congratulations. You ranked up the Orbathon. There it is. That's the Nick. Seriously, bro. Are you, like, don't be throwing bits so casually, man. That's a lot of bits. That shit's expensive. Good god, man. Like, I appreciate it, but like, Nick, I hope you're okay. I hope you guys, please. I hope both you and Dark. I hope you guys aren't straining to do that. Like, seriously, I don't want anyone supporting with anything more than they can casually. So that's a substantial amount, and I'm honored and humbled. So thank you. Fuck, man. Jeez, dude. All right, there you go. There you go. All right. You can analyze the orb in Eldar. The orb is now a permanent fixture in Horizon. You can go find. Yes, that is the rank. Okay. All right. Good. No more need for any bits. No more need for any bits or subs or anything like that. You've canonized the orb. Congratulations, you beat the Orbathon. God damn it. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. I'm humbled and honored, and I appreciate it. So thank you very much for the support, guys. Appreciate it. Just wasn't expecting that today. Yep. Ooh, boy. Okay. Yeah, man. So much so, I think it's time to smash all our layers together. Is it time to smash all our layers together? I think it is. I think it is. We're smashing all the layers. Sending it. Merge. One layer now. That's the update for today so far. One layer. Dude, Don Cubo, thank you for the 100 bits too. What the hell, man? That's a pretty alpha first time chat. I will admit, that's a pretty impressive first time chat. I am humbled. That's meaningful. So thank you for the 100 bits and the support. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That's very kind. God, Jesus.
Stop it.
No, Nick, stop it.
Stop.
I must be Fluster Master. Oh wait. No, the ORB, no, not the ORB.
God damn
What a bunch of Vorpoles.
Dark, thank you for the $15. I appreciate that. Oh my god, that's listen, in Canada that gets you like an island. I can buy Tim Hortons for that. Holy shit, thank you. Guys, chill. Okay, everybody's calm down. Okay, we're all calm down. We're done. Let the hype train die. Thank you guys for the support. Really, it means the world. I'm honored. I'm humbled. I never cease to be amazed by the willingness that you guys are to either meme or support me. Funnily enough, sometimes that's the same direction. So, geez, dude. Thank you. Thank you for memeing hard and supporting the stream at the same time. Your microtransactions will be cataloged in the history of Eldara in some way, in some arcane fashion that I don't know about, but I'm sure it's awesome. So thank you, man. I appreciate it. And thank you, Cross the Streams, for the 100 bits as well. Thank you, guys. Chill, man. Chill, dude. Chill. I'm just happy anybody showed my stream today. All right. God damn it. I can't draw. Okay, hold on. I need to take a 20 count. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to stretch. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to stretch. Me being supported two sides of the same coin. Yeah, actually, right? God damn. Well, thank you. Listen, it's substantial and it goes a long way, and I hope you understand that. So, thank you very much. That's, God, man. Can I sing in the dark watching Evan? Yeah. That's the proper way to do it, is sitting in the dark, apparently, you know? Lexer, guys, please, man. Oh, God. Thank you, Lexer, for the 200 bits. That's very kind of you. I appreciate it. Guys, come on, man. You don't gotta be throwing bits and shit. Yeah, I'm just happy anybody came to my stream. So, the orb is necessary for the adventure. All right. Well, congratulations. There's now an orb in Horizon. There's now an orb in Horizon. And I know where I'm gonna put it too. I know where I'm putting the orb to. The orb is gonna go in Floating Mountain, the magic item shop, and oddities and curiosities. Not just magic items, but magic components, oddities, curiosities, things like that. Relics and runes. It's going to have flavor text and art. And basically, anyone who doesn't know the orb meme is going to be very confused as to why there's so much flavor text and attention paid to one silly little orb on a cushion under a glass case in a magic shop. So, whether or not that's what you wanted to happen in Eldara, I guess you okay. The Orbathon's such a stupid idea, man. It's just so fucking stupid. Oh, god damn it. Now to write that lore and do the sketch. Alright. I'll do it this week. Maybe we'll do it on stream, actually. That'd be kind of fun. Yeah, so it's couldn't stop us from making orb canon. Okay. Well, thank you. Cheers, guys. I appreciate the support. It's humbling. So damn it, man. So I gotta do my more of my setting cool magic item shops, right? With apparently floating strange orbs that have questionable origin. So that's what we have now. I don't know if we wanted that, but that's what we have. So god damn it. Just please, I need to reiterate, please never support the stream or this stupid nonsense I do unless you are in a place where it is okay to do so. Okay? I really mean that. That those kind of bits and donuts flinging around make me a little anxious. So I do appreciate the support. It means the world to me, but I just want to mention that again. Please make sure that you are taken care of. You're all good. And if you want to support the stream and support Eldara and the development, I appreciate that more than you know. So thank you guys. Make us okay, shit, man. Love the darkness and horror of power outages. Oh well, that's fair. It's only good if it's also spooky. Not if it's the winter and you rely on that power for your heating. That wasn't great a year ago. That was not a great way to spend a January. Power outages when it's -40 and your heating is partially electric. That is not ideal. And I've had a lot of ideal power outages, if you can believe it or not. So flustered, anxious. Now we're making progress. All right. God damn it. Thank you. As a matter of fact, Evan's 11 is going to wait. Jesus Christ! I just tried to read all 3 lines of that message at the same time. Oh god! And people say I'm dyslexic. I don't know if that's true. It can't be, right? I think I was just streaming for like 4 hours, whatever it is. Let me try it again. As a matter of fact, Evan's 11 is going to be my secret even D&D session at Gen Con. Wait, what? Lord Ashton simply must have the orb. You're gonna have Lord Ashton steal the orb? I swear to God, if I have to make the orb a side quest in this game, I'm gonna... If everyone doesn't care about the runes and they just want to investigate this mysterious orb, I'm gonna throw my computer out the window. And it's gonna be everyone's fault here, collectively. Mostly mine, but I'm gonna share the blame with everybody, okay? So. They're not even gonna want to go on the adventure, are they? They're just gonna be like, what is this mysterious orb in the item shop that has art for it, bro? There wouldn't be art for it if it wasn't... You know, wait, what? What? What is the art for this, dude? Dude, what? Why is there art for the orb? What the hell is it? Should we take it? Should we steal it? And then the heist begins. The hunt for the orb progresses. Oh, this is so much nicer since I smashed all my layers together. Whew. Let's go, dude. Let's go, man. The mystery orb be at the emerald orb? I think if I'm going to canonize an orb, wouldn't you want the default orb? Wouldn't that be the best for everybody? Because I think I wanted to canonize the regular orb, right? If it's an emerald orb, wouldn't that be a little confusing? Because then where'd the regular orb go? Yeah, hold on. We gotta figure that shit out. Yeah, wait, what? What's the hierarchy of orbs even in? Where does emerald? Okay, if I think about this too much, it's gonna upset me. I don't know why. I just feel it. I just feel it. I'm all flustered. Meanwhile, there's peaceful Elwyn Forest music. It's helping me relax, you know? Help me chill out. Okay. I mean, the blue line work does kind of help out with the blue stuff. The trim, maybe the blue and the gold will need colored line work. They drain the anti-orb time and won't be part of this ending the world that has been canonized. Oh man. Oh man. Not again. Not another world-ending necromancer attacking Eldara. That's Hold up. I need to make a note for this stupid orb canonization. I can actually do some work for it now. Can you believe that? Can you believe that? I have to do some work for that. Ugh. Ugh. God. The 6 infinity orbs? Oh, man. They're just something. They're just the Eldarin Dragon Balls, right? Yeah. God damn it. I can't unsee that. Yeah. What's up, Garthen? How are you enjoying YouTube chat, Garthen? Good to see you, bro. Okay. Ooh, needs to be darker over here. Ooh, see, you gotta adjust it as it is needed. See, the black wasn't so offensive over here. And because of that, I had to darken it. Man, this color and line work stuff is difficult. Did I do this for Azalea? I did this for Minifull's piece and it really sucked. The process of coloring all the line work in for Mini made me want to never make art again. But then I remember it was for Mini. And then I was ready. To which then I immediately did it again for Miwa. Shit. It needs to be darker in the shadowed areas. Yeah. Okay, I'm starting to learn this. I'm getting the flow of it. And then it messes with your... Oh man, the colors. Yeah, shit. So I'll have to go in there. And fix all that stuff up. Alright, well... It is almost 2:45, and I streamed a little bit early today so I could bounce a little bit early today because I got to go do something and pick some shit up. So we got family coming in this weekend, and I got to get stuff ready and prepped, and I don't know, dude, like ready to go for the family nonsensing. All right, where is my thingy that I clicked? The whatever music. Okay, yeah, thanks for chilling with me today, guys. Thanks for chilling with me through the process. That was fun. Tomorrow, maybe we'll draw the orb. I'll decide literally tomorrow morning if I want to draw the orb or if I want to work on the project I was going to do tomorrow anyway. So, tell the family the legend of the orb. I am so scared they're going to find my Twitch account. I'm going to make it very clear if any of them talk in my chat, but sorry. God, because I don't mind if any of the, like, cousins do. Shit, how do I tell them that if anyone over the age of 30 talks in my chat, they're just gonna get ultra banned? Because, like, the cousins are all in their 20s and they know better than to, like, talk about shit on the internet. The reason why I, like, auto-ban family if they talk in my chat is because they don't necessarily know how to not, like, oh, Evan, how's, like, so-and-so doing? It's like, shut up. So, all right. Thanks for chilling today, guys. I appreciate it. Have a great, phenomenal Tuesday. Those of you guys who are playing D&D today, have a wonderful day. Wonderful game. Thank you, Thorkin, for the socials. If you want to see the process videos, they'll be up right there on the socials tab. If you haven't followed the stream and you enjoyed your stay, consider following the stream. It'll be live tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. PST. So, yeah, I really appreciate the support. I really mean it. It is truly humbling, you know? It gives me a renewed sense of, I mean, not that I need a renewed sense, but it always reminds me of the importance of why I try so hard for my stuff, because I think there's people out there that are excited about the project, and I really means a lot. So support anywhere else, and commissions are always really meaningful, but support on the stream directly impacts my ability, what the fuck, to make art for Eldara. So there's some shit happening out there. So I'm gonna get my stuff together, ready to go, do stuff, be where I need to be at 3. And until next time, my friends, have a wonderful day. I'll see you tomorrow. And farewell for now.